Corrections, deletions to the agenda. November 15th. Seeing none, the agenda stands. And at this time, public comments, requests to address trustees regarding their agenda. End of the public comment section. This item is extended for public wishes to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on not related to the agenda will be available through item 14.0 of today's agenda. Do we have anyone that would like to speak?
Good morning. Then we received a public comment that was added to the record regarding agenda item number 13.02 from Mr. Robert Archer. That's been added to the record. And then here in person, we do have a member of the public who would like to address the board regarding also agenda item number 13.02, and that's Ms. Diane Wendell.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you all. My name is Diane Wendell. My husband Gerald and I are relatively new to College of the Desert, but we are not new to the Coachella Valley and this community. In a very short span of time, we have become very passionate and very generous to the College of the Desert. This quick rise in passion and support is due to our meeting Laura Hope. So let me tell you how we got here. Dr. Paul Hinkes and his wife Jerry invited us to take a tour of College of the Desert. The tour was far beyond our expectations. How could we live here for so long and never know anything about this amazing institution? We were then asked to attend a President's Circle event, and this is where we met Laura and heard her speak. We were ignited with her passion and the innovative programs that were being presented. The very next day, we wrote a check for $35,000 to support the textbook rental program. For Jerry and I to hear about a program like this in the Coachella Valley, it was genius. And we knew how quickly we could help it become a reality. To this date, and I am not bragging, we have donated $85,000 for the textbooks. Thank you to my fabulous husband. This program is genius. The power of 5 is genius. Students earning while they're learning. Where was this when I needed it 40 years ago? Another program that was presented to us that was reinstituted under Laura was giving stethoscopes to all the graduating nurses. Catherine Abbott called my husband. She asked him if he would generously support this. He didn't even ask me. He said, absolutely. A few months later, we attended the graduation of the nurses. And I tell you, we cried as we handed them a stethoscope, and every one of them has a COD emblem on it. Again, this is something that is just amazing. We have a battle cry. We say if the McCallum and Eisenhower went away, Jerry and I would move away. But I am here to tell all of you that if the College of the Desert went away, you would all have to move away. This is how passionate we became, because this is the pulse of the Coachella Valley. And if you don't think it is, imagine it without the nurses, the doctors, the EMTs, the landscapers, our chefs, and I could go on, but there's a timer staring me in the face. This is an amazing institution, and my husband and I come from New York City. We could not believe how passionate and how fast we would say, please, how can we help you? We loved hearing Laura's famous words, students deserve success. So let me tell you why I'm really here today. We have heard there is a chance that Laura Hope will not be part of the future of COD. As trustees, I ask all of you, how can you allow the energy and the vision that has enveloped all of you, all of the students, and the community for the last 16 months to disappear? Because if that goes away, I'm afraid to tell you how many other people who we personally have brought into College of the Desert will say, why are you not supporting COD anymore? 16 months, that's not a long period of time to see what has happened here. I urge all of you to please do the right thing for COD. For the 15,000 students who are here, they are very passionate about Laura. We never felt the need to support COD before because we didn't know about it. In a community this size, with one college, that's not right. I thank you for your time. I pray that you will all make the right decision for the young people and the future of this community. Thank you.
And thank you. Is there anyone else to speak? Thank you very much. Let's see, at this time we will have the public updates, new employee appointments. President Hope, please help us introduce our newest employee.
Thank you, Chair Simon. Thank you. We have 4 people to introduce who are part of the team of COD. Brennan Sarabria, our library specialist in the science area. Jorge Perez, Mesa faculty and coordinator. Jorge is obviously not new to us, but he's new in this role. Maria Ayon, Dean of Enrollment Services. And last, but never least, Carlos Maldonado, Interim Dean of Students. Congratulations to all of our team members.
Congratulations and welcome to all of those individuals. Welcome to the COD family. And thank you, President Hope, for those introductions. At this time, we'll go into the proclamation for International Education Week 2024. President Hope, could you please help us introduce our reader for this proclamation?
Yes, I'd like to call on Vice President Martinez Garcia to introduce our readers of our proclamation for International Education Week.
Thank you, President Hope, Madam Chair and Board of Trustees. It is my pleasure to introduce today to you Abel Ordaz. She is is a proud alumna of College of the Desert and has dedicated over 10 years to our institution in a variety of roles. Currently, she serves as the International Program Specialist for our international students, where she supports them every day and contributes to their learning, as well as fostering their understanding of our culture here in the United States and how to be great students. Her and Cody do an amazing job with international students. And without further ado, Maria.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board, President Hope, executive cabinet, colleagues, and community members. My name is Marbella Ordaz Lopez, and I am the International Program Specialist. I also serve as the advisor for International Club. The International Education Program and Student Club foster fellowship among international students and promote understanding between local and international students. The IEP and club serve as a link for international students at College of the Desert and enhances international and intercultural awareness for all students through social, cultural, and educational events and activities. We provide a safe and welcoming space for both of our international and local students. I am honored to be here today with our students to introduce our International Education Week proclamation. I would like to introduce two of our students who will present the proclamation. Momoka from Japan. She is also majoring in hospitality management. We have Stella. She is from Italy with a spice of El Salvador. And then we also have, she is majoring in political science, and she's also our international club historian. We also have Ethan. He'll be assisting us with introducing all of the events that will happen next week. He is from Canada. He also played in the men's tennis team, and he's majoring in business administration, and he's our international club vice president.
Proclamation International Education Week. Whereas the first International Education Week, IEW, was held in 2000 and was a joint initiative of the U.S. Department of State and Education. And whereas today, IEW is celebrated in more than 100 countries worldwide and is an opportunity to celebrate the benefits of international education and exchange worldwide. Whereas exchanges are critical to developing mutual understanding and respect, building leadership abroad, fostering an appreciation for the U.S., and investing in the future relationship between Americans and people around the world.
And now, therefore, we proclaim that the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, and students recognize and appreciate the many benefits of international education. And be further proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of Desert Community College District are pleased to acknowledge the week of November 18th to November 22nd, 2024 as International Education Week.
So as listed, we'll be presenting our weekly presentations. So on Monday, we'll have dishes from around the world. We'll be serving Mexican, Japanese, Korean, and Italian food to students and faculty, and it's open for all. On Tuesday, from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., we'll have a trivia competition, and this is welcome to everybody. It's a pretty fun format with a Kahoot and prizes available. Following, on Wednesday, from 12 to 3 p.m. at the Craven's second floor, we're gonna have international games and candies available for all. Following, one of the best events, in my opinion, on Thursday, the 21st, running from 4:30 to 8 p.m., is going to take place near the fountain. And this is a fashion show that's going to take place representing each country's ideologies and culture. Really interesting to see everyone and their design and style. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maribella, and to our students, Stella Zarco, Momoka Azuma, and Ethan Tucker. And hopefully everyone here will be able to attend some of those, if not all of those events. Minutes, approval of the regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of October 18th, 2024? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. At this time, we'll move into our reports. We'll start with the Associated Students of College of the Desert. ASCOD, Caden Oatsland, ASCOD President. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Trustees. Can you hear me good? Perfect. I want to begin by apologizing for the absence of ASCOD's report at the last meeting. Unfortunately, I fell ill the morning of said meeting and could not find a replacement. So with that being said, I'll be reporting on both last month's reports and this month's updates. During the month of October, 6 of our members had the opportunity to attend the California Community College's Student Affairs Association Conference. There we learned a great deal about becoming more efficient and effective leaders. Oh my goodness. I hope I did not break that. Sorry, that startled me. We learned a great deal about becoming more effective and efficient leaders for our students. The knowledge we have gained is already helping us improve our work and support our peers. Building on the success of our experience at the California Community College's Student Affairs Association Conference, we've decided to send 4 of our members to the Student Senate California Community College's Advocacy Academy Conference this November. This event will allow us to deepen our understanding of advocacy, legislation, and how we can become more involved with our region, Region 9. In addition to this, we had the privilege of hosting a monthly board training session here at COD, led by the SSCCC, standing for Student Senate for California Community Colleges. Many of our Senate members were able to attend and provide an incredibly beneficial. It proved to be incredibly beneficial. We learned valuable information on advocacy and legislation alike. We're excited to continue working with the Student Senate for California Community Colleges and look forward to growing these connections. Since September, we've also participated in several campus events to represent the students of COD. These include the EOPS Fair, the South Annex Block Party, and the Office of Student Life Send Silence Packing event. Furthermore, we collaborated with the International Club, one of the largest and most active clubs on the campus, on a Halloween/Day of the Dead themed event, which was a large success. With the update of our recent activities, I now want to shift the focus on some broader concerns that I've been hearing from students of COD regarding the Board of Trustees. As both a student and a student leader, I hear a lot of confusion from my peers regarding the actions of the board, and I frankly share such confusion. I am deeply involved in this campus. I am one of the most active students here on COD, and yet no matter how much I try, I still struggle to understand the board's actions and what they are doing in their monthly meetings. We hear talk about the new Palm Springs campus, the Indio expansion, and the Roadrunner Motors initiatives. These are exciting and important projects for COD, but what we don't hear is how they will impact the students who are already here, how they will impact the students who are going to be graduating before these things are even in effect. As you know, COD's fall-to-fall retention rate is around 50%. That means we're losing half of our students every year. And I have yet to hear the board acknowledge this problem or take concrete action to address it. As a student, it feels the focus is on expanding across the valley, which is great, but there needs to be a balance. You can't keep opening new campuses while ignoring the challenges on the campuses you already have. The retention rate alone should be a clear indication that students are struggling, and yet from a student perspective, it feels as if the board is disregarding these issues at a critical time. It is entirely possible I'm missing key details, and you are in fact addressing these concerns, but I know for a fact I am not the only student who shares these concerns. So if that's the case, that's great. The real issue becomes communication. To my second point, with the new news of President Hope's not applying for the permanent superintendent CEO position, I wanted to kind of give a reflection on my view on that. The only person I have heard consistently advocating for the needs of students thus far is President Hope. In my opinion, the college is losing something great with her decision not to apply for the permanent CEO role. To me, this reflects a deeper issue within leadership here at COD. It's clear to me that President Hope cares deeply about COD and its students. But what isn't clear is whether the board shares that same concern. With that being said, I would like to leave you with this question to reflect on moving forward. How is the board addressing the needs of the current COD students? If you would like to discuss this further or gain more insight into student perspectives regarding the Board of Trustees, please feel free to reach out to me via email. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Caden. And next we'll hear from College of the Desert Foundation.
shorter than Caden, so hopefully you can hear me okay. All right, good morning, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Robles, Vice Presidents, and Interim Superintendent President Laura Hope. The Foundation's fundraising is well underway for the 24-25 fiscal year. Stepping out for COD, the Citizens of Distinction Gala has raised to date over $400,000 of our $650,000 goal, or 61% of goal. We want to thank our presenting sponsors, the Green Family Foundation, Jim and Jessica Green, as well as Jordan Schnitzer and the Harold and Arlene Schnitzer Care Foundation for their lead gifts to help us kick off our fundraising efforts. We also want to acknowledge the Lisa Wendell Memorial Foundation, so that was Diane Wendell, who was up here earlier, for a generous gift to the Roadrunner Essentials program. Before the year end, the Wendells donated $12,000 to purchase COD customized stethoscopes for our graduating nurses. So to date, the total for them is $24,000 for the stethoscopes alone. However, they recently also gave a $50,000 matching gift in support of the $5 textbook rental program. Due to the age and condition of the street fair trams, the foundation staff also raised an additional $46,000 to purchase new golf carts to ensure our guests visiting the COD campus tours will have a comfortable experience while visiting the programs. With the purchase of new 8-seat golf carts, the tours will now be presented by William Rutherford, Joan Lamb, and the Joan Lamb Family Foundation. You may have also read in the Desert Sun, the college is also the recipient of a portion of a $4.5 million gift from the estate of Jane Leichenhoff, a beloved Palm Springs philanthropist who passed at the age of 103. Jane left her donation with the Inland Empire Community Foundation, and the investment activities will support nursing and veterans will be sent to the foundation each year in perpetuity. The foundation and the college have been richly blessed by donors over the years. Our assets currently sit at $63 million. As we approach this Thanksgiving holiday, I want to extend my personal gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the foundation in its 40-year history. Every COD student who has been touched by the generous investments of our donors has forged a new path, designed their futures, and today are creating prosperity for themselves, their families, and the communities that they live in. On behalf of the Foundation Board of Directors, thank you, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Catherine. And at this time, we'll hear from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Omar Pimbris, CSEA President.
Good morning, Interim Superintendent, President Hope, Board of Trustees, and Vice Presidents. Today, I am accompanied by several of our CSEA members. Right behind me. You will see from their determination to provide this college with their best work efforts. You will also see their disappointment that the district is unwilling to offer them retro COLA, let alone a raise. They've seen faculty and President Hope get retro COLA and raises, and they wonder where the equity is for them. Yet, here they are, every day, continuing to do jobs that keep this college up and running. They deserve fairness. At the last board meeting, we mentioned the golden handshake analysis that was cited by President Hope and VP Garcia at the budget open forum on September 4th. To date, we have not received a copy of this analysis. Again, it is frustrating that President Hope will be leaving with extra money and our members who are ready to retire are left out again. We urge the board to show them the same generosity. We would like to thank the administration for their continued efforts to make sure that elevators around campus are working properly and that all functionalities work as they are designed to work. This past month, our members have been busy planning and assisting with several campus events. These events include the Roadrunner Rally on October 17th, the DSPS Pride event, the Veterans Day ceremony, 2 parades, and several other events. We saw staff stepping up and assisting students with candidate voter registration event. In addition to these events, our outreach team has been visiting the local schools and attending several community events to spread the word that coming to COD is a good decision for those looking for a brighter future. We would like to acknowledge VP Val Garcia for showing up at these campus events. CSEA appreciates his support of our students and members. We want to send out a huge praise to all of the South Annex program's directors, managers, classified staff, and volunteer students that helped put together another successful South Annex Block Party celebration. The Block Party celebration involved great pizza, pan dulce, prizes, crafts, games, costume contests, and Dia de los Muertos altar that our entire college community enjoyed. We are hoping that next year, our Board of Trustees can join the event. In closing, I would like to remind everyone that November is a time we traditionally focus on what we are grateful for. This year, our list includes CODFA and CODA members who work tirelessly in the best interest of our students, our CSEA members at all 5 campuses, our CSEA executive board members who volunteer to serve our members. We also are thankful for the opportunity to bring our concerns and achievements to the Board of Trustees. This concludes my report.
Thank you, CSEA President Omar Converse. College of the Desert Adjunct Association, Catherine Levitt. We're getting, for technology, if we can get a message to them, people that are watching remotely, one of the board members is getting a text and say they cannot hear.
So I've been told by IT that the sound is going to be very, very low. However, captions are enabled. That way we can at least read what's being discussed.
Okay,
So
so are you on mic? Are you on a mic? Okay, so evidently the volume is very low and the captions are there so that they can read what is being discussed. No.
yes, that's correct, Trustee Stefan.
Okay. So hopefully they can follow along by reading at this time, because I don't know if there's much more we can do. Unless we can turn it up. Just make sure you hold the mic close to your mouth. Okay. Okay, again, I will repeat the last introduction. College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODA, Catherine Levitt, the CODA president. Is she here today? No, okay. So we'll move on to, did you submit a written report for the board to read? No. No, okay. Maybe one will follow. College of the Desert Faculty Association, COFA, Oceana Collins, the COFA president.
Did not receive a
No report there either. The Academic Senate, Corbin Wild, the Academic Senate president.
He did not receive a
No report there either. And that brings us down to the governing board, student trustee Robles. Do you have a report?
Yes, I do. Good morning, College of the Desert. This month has been quite productive with ASCOT, SSCCC, and the Art Gallery. In student government, we were able to celebrate midterms with our Spooky Spectacular event that took place just before Halloween and Day of the Dead. The school spirit was great, and seeing students in costumes celebrating after completing those midterm exams was wonderful. Kaden and I have been also meeting with President Hope, brainstorming ideas on highlighting campus resources and working out solutions for areas where the campus could improve. College Planning Council is continuing its EP edits, and the website redesign committee is also continuing its work to ensure the best rollout of a new collegeofthedesert.edu experience. This last weekend, the Office of Student Life managed to invite the SSCCC to the college for a training on students' 9+1 rights, as well as a presentation on the steps for submitting a resolution, a chance to influence California lawmakers to enact change. Seeing representatives from across the state was a wonderful glimpse of the power that students can display in California community colleges. We will continue to build upon that relationship and continue learning next weekend when ASCOT members will fly to Sacramento for the Advocacy Academy. Finally, I would like to thank Christopher Martinez for showing me pictures and informing me of what happened during the Palm Springs groundbreaking event. I was hoping to attend, but ultimately decided that I needed to be at the Walter N. Mark Center helping set up for last night's art reception. The reception was wonderful, with Kauai Mountain bird singers providing sounds during the opening hour and a great conversation with Douglas Miles, who managed to bring artists from across the country and even highlighted the importance of the art gallery having a pivotal role in bringing in the new wave of artists. I hope, like all of the students here, we will be continuing our hard work to finish the semester and be prepared for finals as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Robles. This time, Trustee Perez, could we have your report, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a busy few weeks for myself. I recently had the opportunity to attend both ACCT in Seattle and Hawthorne in Colorado. As always, the sessions and presentations were first rate. It's inspiring to engage with a diverse array of individuals in education, all contributing incredible work to their institutions. I return with a fresh perspective and new ideas about the potential we hold and models we may be able to adapt here. I'm excited for the possibilities ahead. Yesterday, I attended the groundbreaking for the Palm Springs campus in downtown Palm Springs. A heartfelt thank you to everyone involved in making it a success. Nicholas and your team, maintenance and operation, our classified staff, Scott Atkins and his team, Catherine, the foundation, Eddie with the foundation, Irene, of course, thank you so much. Your hard work both yesterday and every day is deeply appreciated. And thank you also to our community members who joined us for this great celebration. I want to share a personal reflection on the previous election and now this subsequent election. The experience taught me much about the power of grace. I hope we can extend grace to one another as we process and heal from this election. The voters have spoken, and while elections bring consequences, both positive or negative, depending on perspective, it's important we support one another through this period of adjustment. I feel some unease myself with the announcement of the Department of Education and what that will mean for us, but I trust that with time, acceptance will come. My hope is that we approach each other with patience and understanding as we move forward. I'd also like to acknowledge Councilor Simo for his thoughtful emails and for creating a safe space for our students. Your empathy is invaluable, and the world would be better with more individuals who share your compassion. President Hope, thank you for your unwavering commitment to ensuring that every student who steps onto our campus feels welcome, accepted, and supported. I'm looking forward to spending some time with my loved ones for the holidays to heal. I hope you are too. Lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't say, but Kaden, thank you for your report. I hear you loud and clear, and I agree. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Trustee Perez. Trustee Oden, your report, please.
I would like to, well, I attended on the 30th the State of the City in Palm Springs and the event yesterday in Palm Springs. Nicholas, your team, Kathy Abbott, Foundation, thank you. And special thank you to the Foundation for are creating college towns. Indio will be a college town. Palm Springs will be a college town. I just like the sound of that, and it thrills me. And to echo my colleague's comments, I agree the selection, and having been involved in a lot of elections over the years, this was not as much fun for me. I think I'm getting too old for this. uh, but I'm glad to be here, and there are changes, obviously, that are going to take place. And I'd like to thank those who I've served with for your time, for your energy, for your service, for your commitment, and your camaraderie, and for allowing me to be on this board with you, because it was the votes of this council that allowed me to participate. And I thank you. I thank you sincerely. I think that as we move forward, there are certain things that we need to look at and to be committed to one another and to fully serving this community. I think that we've been given a special opportunity, and we need to live up to it. And there are people watching. There are people watching and evaluating every move we make. So hopefully we're making the right one. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Odom. This time, Trustee Kinman, your report, please.
Testing. Okay, great. Thank you. Also, yesterday was phenomenal, and it's been decades getting to a place where we can have the West Valley campus. I want to thank everybody involved. I can't imagine the list of names, but I really want to thank members of the community and electeds to come celebrate with us. This is a major milestone, and now we can put this behind us and start focusing, and I hope healing amongst the board and amongst the communities that we serve, and have dialogue that was mentioned by our student here today. Those are the questions we need to be focused on, and how we support access, retention, and make sure that every student in our valley has an opportunity. Again, yesterday, a touching thing was having our tribal leaders with us. I think that is something that our president has introduced very well with the opening ceremonies, recognizing we are on tribal lands and the heritage of those lands and embracing that. Those symbols are so important and meaningful, and it also provides us a time to reflect. And we can all definitely reflect on a lot of things. The other matter is we do have accreditation report that will be coming to us in the spring, and it's going to call on all of us to address student needs, but it's also going to call on this board to come together. And I believe we're up to that challenge and committed to that challenge. And we may have to remind each other about that from time to time, but I do have that commitment. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kinman. Trustee Gonzalez, your report, please.
Thank you, Madam. Having microphone challenges. I might go over just a little bit, but good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. As you all know, many are awaiting the results of the recent election. In light of this, I do want to take this opportunity to say a few words, as the numbers are currently not trending in favor of my reelection. I want to thank each each and every one of you here at the college that have supported me and showed me love. I also want to thank the over 10,000 voters who were able to see through the lies, inflated headlines, and misinformation that were spread over the past 3 years that began when the chosen successor of former President Kinnaman was not selected as president in 2021. And my questions that made the Palm Springs machine and special interest groups upset at the bond dollars for the West Valley campus that rightfully belongs in Desert Hot Springs will serve as a redevelopment project. Always remember that I was, for the most part, the only no vote. But I did ask questions. Why was my advocacy and quest for responsible use of bond funds in the city with the most students met with such violent opposition? What is being protected that they were willing to invest approximately $1 million to silence my voice? Again, the only no vote. We may never know, but they're not done with me yet. There's also investments that are being made in hopes of affecting my livelihood. There's a price to be paid for fiercely advocating for the community. Be prepared when you're ready to take it on. They would rather silence someone like me, who is a true advocate of students, and replace me with complacency or I'll leave it at that. Residents of Desert Hot Springs, I truly tried my absolute best to advocate for you, and I have no regrets in doing so, as we both share the vision of a real campus and not portables on borrowed land. I don't know of any other college trustee that can say that it took the machine and special interests approximately $1 million with billboards, digital ads, and funding of my opponent to be successful. Many others benefited from it as well, but my ego thanks you. I still want to thank them also for using good pictures of me. Thank you. With that said, I took this seat in December of 2020 with honor, integrity, and my authentic self. And I leave you in December of 2024 with honor, integrity, and my authentic self. I'm proud of all the accomplishments that we made during my tenure on the board. So many great programs and projects such as the Indio Expansion, Child Care Development Center, Roadrunner Motors, our nursing program, dual and concurrent enrollment, the Roadrunner Express, and many new programs in curriculum. We also hired great staff all around, including our interim superintendent, Laura Hope. Trustee Oden, I would like to congratulate you on your re-election. Many people who I know speak highly of you and describe you as an advocate for the community and a person who's willing to fight the good fight. I did see glimpses of that, Trustee Oden, but now more than ever, that version of you needs to be present. The person who will occupy my seat is already bought and paid for, and will serve as a guaranteed vote. I wholeheartedly ask that you bring that version of yourself for the next 4 years to this dais. Your vote and voice will be crucial. Trustee Perez, this has also been difficult for you, but keep fighting the good fight and voting in the best interest of students in the college. Don't give up. To address one of the public comments, wasn't going to touch on it, but I do want to add that everyone is aware we have a presidential search currently. And many of us on the dais, or actually all of us on the dais, maybe minus someone listening, are well aware of why interim superintendent Hope does not want to apply. And we know, and I know we can't talk about it. But again, don't let the machine win this one. Even though there is a person that has been bragging for a few months that they will be the future president here at College of the Desert, while also bashing the college. Be careful with that. Let's make sure that the next president and the process is clearly transparent. It was the first time, and I'm hoping that it will be again. I ask you all in the dais, do the right thing. Hire the right person. Serving on this board has been one of my greatest honors, and I remain committed to my community as a public servant, which is a privilege. The power that we hold is never truly ours. It is entrusted to us temporarily with the understanding that it must be wielded with integrity and returned with humility. I remain committed as an advocate for education, opportunity, and equity. So as I conclude my service, I leave with love, peace, pride, and hope for College of the Desert's future, because I know our community is resilient. You have the power, the right, and the responsibility to shape this institution, to demand equity, and to ensure that it remains accessible and a beacon of opportunity for all. Thank you for this honor, for this journey, for all the relationships, for the support and love that you have shared with me. Thank you, Roadrunners, and I wish you the best of luck. Adelante.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. As for my report, this last month has been extremely busy. I had the opportunity to attend the Pride Parade, and yes, I went the distance this time. I had my little red scooter with me, so I was able to keep up with the crowd at College of the Desert, and I think we had the largest contingency we have ever had. We had students that were happy and excited and felt that they were a part of the community and or college. They were feeling great about themselves. It was also a few days before the election night. Election night was kind of a very interesting experience, but for many of our students, there are many students that I know were out there campaigning for both sides of all of our board member races. And I also know that many of our students were totally disheartened by the outcome of the presidential election. I know that we offered counseling services to many of those students to try to calm their nerves. And I was really, really grateful when I found that out after the Oasis Cafe ribbon cutting on Wednesday morning. We had just the month before had the Roadrunner Motors groundbreaking, and then last night we had the Palm Springs groundbreaking. It's wonderful to see campuses opening up in each of our communities. 25 years ago, I had the opportunity to run for this board. When I ran for this board, I had 3 goals. One was to make it accessible in every way that we could possibly make it accessible. One was to make it the very best community college in the United States. And the third way was to open communication. Last night, the groundbreaking yesterday afternoon, I told people that I was still pinching myself. I've been pinching myself all day because it was a dream come true. And I couldn't believe that we were actually breaking ground finally on that campus. The voters voted in March of 2004 for the first round of bond measures that included that campus. We had moved forward, but we were unable to fulfill those initial plans. The location just was not suitable for what we wanted to do. We later had to move the campus. It took quite a while to get that property, and then when we obtained it, things got stalled again. And last night, it came to fruition. We were actually using shovels and throwing dirt around. And that sounds terrible, but it was exciting. There were students there were community members there were board members there were city officials there were people from all walks of life and all over the valley that were there. You could see the communication, you could see the smiles on the faces, you could feel their hearts beating in unison at the opening of that the groundbreaking of that campus. It's not open yet, but it should be open in the fall of 2027. I am ecstatic, and I will be forever Valley, the Coachella Valley, for having had the opportunity to serve them, to serve our students, the students that I loved enough that I ran, not knowing how to run for office or anything that first time in 1999. I still don't really know how to run for office. I listen to what people tell me and I try to run that way, and I try to keep everything, keep myself true to myself, and make sure that everything remains positive in an election. Because an election should be about ideas. The ideas that will move our community forward, that will elevate our students and help all of our students, no matter their ages, fulfill their dreams. After the groundbreaking yesterday, I knew that there was going to be an opening reception at the Marx Center. The exhibition was Native American art. And I had the opportunity to get over there. I only got to hear a portion of what the speaker was saying. But he was talking to our students. That's really something, to be able to go to an art reception and hear an artist speaking to the students, not to the faculty, not to the intellectual people or the people out in the community, but to the students. Those are the individuals we serve here at College of the Desert. Those are the individuals that will change our valley in the future. We need to make sure that our students are put first always. Tonight, I will be attending 12 Angry Jurors in Theater 2. It's a production by our students. I ask that some of these flyers be put out there so that people could take them, so that maybe you can attend. This is the last weekend that it will be performed. And our students have worked hard to put on this production. If you have an opportunity, please attend. The price is right. I don't know any place else where you can go and see quality theater for the price that they're offering. Oh, wait, I have the wrong flag. For the price of $20 for the public. So please, if you have an opportunity, attend 12 Angry Jurors in Theater 2 tonight. This will be the last weekend that they will be performing. Again, I just want to say how grateful I am. At each event I saw, that I attended, I saw our faculty, I saw our classified employees, I saw our adjunct faculty, and I saw leadership employees there. And I saw students. And everybody was working together to promote the College of the Desert. I think one of the most uplifting moments that I had was a pride parade when our students were saying, come to COD. You can change your life. Come to COD. And they were yelling that at the crowds that were lining the streets in Palm Springs. And people were applauding them. That was one of the most uplifting moments of my life. That and having the opportunity to be a part of the groundbreaking yesterday at the Palm Springs campus. So I want to thank everybody for allowing me the opportunity to have served you. I hope I have done a great job. The election, I know, is to fight over, but I just want you to know that it has been an honor and a privilege to serve everyone in the Coachella Valley, but primarily our students. Thank you. I'm sorry, this is At this time, I'd like to have Superintendent President, if you could share your remarks, please.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. Just very quickly, I wanted to share with the governing board a project that we are working on with the city of Palm Springs. And two of our part-time faculty members are leading this project. Ron DeGenova and Stephanie Bell are advisors for the film club. Have 9 students who are working on an AI film project through the city of Palm Springs. And we are hoping that it will be shown in conjunction with the film festival in January. So it's a really exciting opportunity for our students. it represents the future that Palm Springs is looking to design around the convergence of the creative economy, arts, and technology. So I'm excited to be able to show the board the products of that effort, and I think it's a great step forward for that department. Big thanks to the faculty there. I also had an opportunity to speak to the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber last week and talk about some of the things that are happening at College of the Desert, many of which have been referenced this afternoon. Also wanted to note the block party, which was so successful down in the South Annex. I also had an opportunity to march and participate in the Pride Parade. That was my very first time being in the Pride Parade in Palm Springs. Last year I had COVID, so I could not participate. And it was great fun to participate with Dr. Kinnaman and Dr. Steffen, and we all enjoyed being with the students on a joyful event. I also wanted to note that the women's soccer team is the co-conference champion for the 3C2A for the first time since 1998. And I think we'll have our team and our coach come and talk to the board soon. But they have another game to play in the championship, but really exciting for them. I'm very proud of them. I also wanted to note that since there were a couple of references to the $5 book rental, to date, we have saved students $68,000 through a $5 book rental. That's in large measure to the generosity of our donors. Of course, a lot has been said about the groundbreaking yesterday, which was wonderful and joyful, and above all, I hope healing, so that we turn the page and move in an incredibly exciting direction. And then last, since both Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Steffen have talked about the elections, first of all, I wanted to acknowledge Trustee Gonzalez's participation on the board since 2021. Thank you so much to your service to the college. You've been a trustee who was part of the negotiation of the pandemic. You know, you've been here through a lot of change, and so I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for your service. We are still finalizing the election results, but this is the last meeting that Chair Steffen will be the chair of the board, and we are waiting for the election results for her election, but I didn't want the moment to pass without thanking Chair Steffen for being the board chair for 2 years in a row in order to make sure we had continuity and support for the college. We know that your commitment to the college is heartfelt and deeply appreciated by all of us, so thank you. And that is my report.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll move the agenda into the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent agenda items? Why don't we take 5 minute recess so that we can have all portions here to consider the consent agenda. All right? Because I believe there was someone who requested. So we'll take a 5 consent agenda as presented since nothing was pulled. Okay, I hope that microphone is on, the movement.
Second.
Can you say their names, Trustee Stefan?
Trustee Kinnaman made the motion. Now it's,
And the second?
and we need a second.
Second.
And a second by Trustee Oden. And at this time, there's no discussion because nothing was pulled, so roll call vote. President Hope, please.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move into the action agenda. The first item is Chapter 4, Board Policy, second reading. Do I have a motion to approve 13.01 as presented?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we need to have the names read in? The motion was made by Trustee Oden. It was seconded by Trustee Perez. Oh, Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Starting to sound alike.
Okay. As a reminder, the governing board approved the first reading of the board policy 4250 during the October 18th, 2024 regular board meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, there will be a roll call vote. Could we have student trustee Robles? Oh wait, excuse me, President Hope. President Hope. Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, now we're back. Okay. Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Stefan. Oh, there you go. Thumbs. Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. And now we're still having temper tantrums from technology, but that's all right. It's part of the Twilight Zone. 13.02, delegation of authority to maintain continuity of service in the membership of the district superintendent president search committee. Do I have a motion to approve 13.02 to delegate authority to existing members of the search committee to continue service on the search committee regardless of election results through the conclusion of the search committee process the week of December 16th as presented?
So moved.
Second. Is there a second? I will second it for the record for discussion purposes. Okay? And what I'd like to do is I presented this to council and to our HR department because of the fact that in my election, should I not prevail, I will no longer be a member of the board. And that also means that one of the members of the search committee will become a board member, and they will have to give up the seat that they are now serving on the search committee as a representative. So if I can have counsel, could you address why this is an important item?
Sure, that Trustee Stefan, that sums it up. But the technical reasoning is we have a sitting member of the board that's serving on the search committee. We also have a candidate for the same seat who is also serving on the search committee via different positions within the board-approved search committee structure. Technically, under the Ed Code, trustees take the seats on the second Friday in December, which this year is Friday, December 13th. The structure for the search committee process moves 3 days past that into Monday, December 16th and Tuesday, December 17th. So this item is presented to the board as a just in case, depending upon election results, to make sure that the board is comfortable with maintaining the current membership of the search committee those 2 additional days. The search committee's been, again, and pursuant to the board's approved timeline, has been in service for a couple months now. And the final step on that Monday and Tuesday in December, the 16th and the 17th, are just conducting the final interviews and forwarding finalists to the board. Again, the next step in the process would be the board would be reviewing the finalist candidates. This item would just to be ensure, regardless of election results, that the membership of the search committee can continue those additional 2 business days to complete their service. Happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have questions you'd like to ask? If we change the makeup of the board, we have to technically start the process again.
We would need to consider other options. We'd need to consider other options, either potential, I'm just shooting from the hip here, changes to the interview schedule. I know that the reason that those final dates were kicked to the next week is because that's finals week. So a lot of folks who serve on the committee were busy. We would have to consider other options if this isn't something that the board was interested in approving.
This is a question for Laura. Laura, what would President Hope, what would be like alternatives if we decide not to go in this direction? Do we have any?
Do you mean in terms of structurally how the process would move forward?
Correct.
So, as a point of clarification, when you're on a hiring committee, the same group of people are on the committee from start to finish. And if you lose a member, you can't just replace that person, right? Because they've been there for the continuity of the entire experience. So, changes, as our council explained, to the committee structure would mean either the board would lose a member and not have a representative or a chair, right? Because currently Bonnie is serving as the chair of the committee. A new chair would need to be appointed, and there would not be a board representative on the first level committee. The other alternative would be to start the process over, right? With that being a set of people who have continuity through the entire experience. Those are or we adjust the interview schedule, as our general counsel just explained, to fall within the days where our chair currently is serving. So those are really the 3 available options that I think that we have before us for the board to contemplate, unless our general counsel has another idea that I didn't cover.
No, that sounds to me like the universe of options. I will say agree on the importance of continuity of a committee structure from the beginning to the end. At the very least, it would not be a best practice to replace midstream a member with a different member who has not been participating thus far in the process. If Vice President Galindo, if you have different thoughts on that, please feel free to chime in. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make the microphone make a journey.
No, same thoughts. We would need the continuity and not just, we couldn't just replace it. The number was something else.
Yeah, so the question is, would the committee be done in December? The answer is yes. This really, if approved by the board, this just authorizes, again, it's depending upon final results of the election, but just in case, regardless of results, would allow the current committee structure to finish its work of the search committee, which is scheduled to end on December 17th, which is just the Tuesday following the date that trustees exchange seats. At that point, just consistent with the existing structure, recommendations through our outside search consultant would be made to the board, and the full board would be making decisions as to the final candidates after the new year.
Jay, you mentioned it was going to be 3 days. Is that information that, would that be privileged information, or how does that work as it relates to Brown Act, or, I guess you know what I'm trying to get at?
I know what you're trying to get. So 2 things. It wouldn't be a Brown Act issue. because it's not a meeting of the board or a delegated committee of the board. This is a search committee that's established just as any other search committee would be through the HR process. There is confidentiality that the members of any search committee, this one or for any other employment position, go through at the beginning of a search committee process, and there's an agreement amongst members of a search committee to maintain confidentiality throughout that process. So that would still be in place.
Okay, sounds good. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Need a motion.
Anyone else have any concerns? Anyone else have any concerns? How's this working?
It's working.
Did it work? Oh, okay. Anyone else have any concerns at this point? Any questions that you'd like to ask? I am going to withdraw my, can I withdraw my second and get someone else to second it?
Okay.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Once an item is seconded, it belongs to the
I
body.
don't
right? So it
usually
doesn't,
like
yeah,
to
it's okay.
second.
Perfect.
Okay.
Just leave it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Everyone's had an opportunity to discuss, therefore you contributed.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
So if there's no further discussion, if we could have a roll call vote, please, President Hope.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez. Aye. Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And now we're to action item 14, Administrative Services, 14.01. This is the budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve 14.01 as presented?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And a second. Okay, do you want me to say who moved and who seconded? You got that. Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please, President Hope.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And now we're up to action item 15, instruction 15.01. This is resolution number 111524-1. Do I have a motion to approve 15.01 as presented? Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, now we will be moving on to information items. There is no action required from the board on the following agenda items. So information item number 16.01, Administrative Services. This is 2024-2025 CCFS 311Q Quarterly Financial Status Report, first quarter. Hopefully you all look to go through. And information item 17.01, information in this area is under instruction. 17.01 is Chapter 4, Administrative Procedure. 17.02 is Academic Senate Resolution. Are there any questions from the board on any of these information items, 16.01 through 17.02? Seeing none, we will move on with the agenda. The study sessions. This is 18.01, Equal Employment Opportunity Workforce Data, 2021 to 2022 through 2023 to 2024. President Hope, can you please help introduce this study session?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. This study session is focused on the results of our data, looking over a period of years on our EEO talk a little bit about the enormously successful job fair that we had on November 1st, which I think when you hear the data from that, you'll see why it was so relevant as it relates to hiring and the diversification of our faculty in particular. I want to thank Vice President Galindo and her team for the hard work on that event. It was very, very successful, everything we hoped it would be, and it wouldn't have been possible had they not dedicated themselves, and the deans worked very hard on that as well. So thank you all so much for the terrific job.
Thank you, President, and good morning, trustees. Before we get started, I would like to introduce Terry Wilson, Director of Human Resources and Employee Relations, and Felicia Frausto, HR Manager. You guys can start walking out to the podium. As President Hope mentioned, on November 1st, we held an adjunct hiring event in which we focused on 10 specific disciplines. Those disciplines included chemistry, math, ethnic studies, political science, philosophy, English, communication studies, HVAC welding, and CIS and cybersecurity. Out of the applicant pools that we gathered, we invited 60 individuals to come and interview. 44 were actually interviewed. 30 of those 44 were offered onboarding and processing, so potential employment. And out of those, so far, 20 have been cleared to start working with us. Out of the makeup, and which is very relevant to the data that we will be presenting today, out of those that were offered employment, 73% of them were from a diverse or underrepresented group. So we're seeing a very good trend in order to bring in some of our adjunct, building our candidate pools and our pipelines for full-time faculty. I'd like to also, before we get started, I'd like to thank, of course, the entire HR staff again for this event, IT who helped us out with providing our laptops so they could do the on-site completion of their onboarding materials, the deans who all pitched in regardless if their disciplines were being hired or not, the academic senate, all of the faculty that participated as part of the hiring process. We require faculty participation on the hiring committees. Dean Maldonado and Director Daniela Cervantes Elia and their student health services staff for providing on-site TV support for our new hires, and just in general, everybody who participated. It was a great successful event. So I was really thrilled, and I'm lucky to have an HR staff that was willing to do the heavy lifting on that. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Terry and to Felicia, who will be providing, as President Hope said, the Equal Opportunity Workforce data for a review back on 3 years, as well as our most recent year and the breakdown of that for our applicant and hired candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. We appreciate this opportunity to provide the district's equal employment opportunity workforce data to you. As President Holt and VP Galindo said, my name is Terry Wilson. I am the Director of Human Resources and Employee Relations.
And my name is Felicia Frausto, and I'm Human Resources Manager.
Right, so we're going to begin with an overview. So the information that will be provided will assist the district in identifying strategies that will help mitigate the adverse impact of underrepresented groups. We will be presenting data. We will be presenting the 23-24 applicant data, workforce data, which will also include full-time and part-time faculty, classified professionals, and management groups. This presentation will include data from 2021 through 2024, and will compare the current employee demographics to the student demographics. We will also discuss our current, ongoing, and future initiatives. So why the focus on race, ethnicity, and gender? So Title V requires a comprehensive, systematic review of the district's equal employment opportunity plan, which must include a detailed analysis of the district's workforce composition. This review ensures compliance with the critical provisions of the California Education Code and Government Code, including Education Code 87100. This specific section requires all community colleges to implement and uphold a policy of equal employment opportunity, and explicitly prohibits both discrimination and preferential treatment based on any protected class, including race, ethnicity, and gender. Focusing on race, ethnicity, and gender, is essential to ensure that policies are not only compliant with these regulations, but also promote diversity, equity, and inclusion across the workforce. The district does have some data limitations for applicants and employees, which includes self-reporting, which could lead to potential misreporting and incomplete data that may be intentional or unintentionally. Missing data, some applicants choose not to disclose their demographic information. And then we also have some inconsistencies. So applicants' employees may report demographic information differently on various forms or during different point of processes. So we're going to look at the EEO categories. So on the left, there are 7 EEO job categories identified. Each one of the positions at College of the Desert falls under one of these categories. So what does that look like for College of the Desert? If you look on the right, we have 551 faculty, which includes our part-time and our full-time faculty. There's a total of 290 classified staff, which includes our secretarial, clerical, technical professionals, skilled crafts, service maintenance, and professional non-faculty. And then with our management team members, we have 54, and that both includes our educational administrators and our classified administrators.
So now we will review the 2023-2024 applicant data for all applicants by classification, all applicants, full-time faculty, part-time faculty, classified, and management. The data from the district's current application tracking system, People Admin. The data will be broken down by each stage of the hiring process, by gender, and then race and ethnicity. For all applicants, we received a total of 2,654 applications, of which 1,334 identify as female, 1,175 identify as male, 18 identify as non-binary. Non-binary is an individual who does not identify as male or female, and 127 applicants that selected undisclosed. As we continue through the hiring process, we had 1,768 qualified applicants. This references individuals that met the minimum qualifications as established on the job descriptions and the Chancellor's Minimum Qualifications Handbook. All applications are screened by the Office of Human Resources. First level interviews are conducted for 630 applicants and hired 166 candidates, of which 82 identify as male, 76 identify as female, 8 identify as undisclosed. As we look at race and ethnicity for 2,654 applicants, we broke it down through each stage of the hiring process by 800 applicants identify as white, 214 identify as 2 or more, 181 identify as undisclosed, 6 identify as American Indian Alaskan Native, 218 identify as Asian, 136 identify as Black African American, 1,078 identify as Hispanic Latino, and 21 identify as Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander and hired 166, of which 55 identify as white, and a total of 96 candidates identify in historically, ethnic, and racial underrepresented group, with a large majority being Hispanic Latino at 61 and 51 undisclosed. Oh, sorry, excuse me, 15 undisclosed. Now we will take a look down a step further. Of 490 full-time faculty applications, 352 were screened qualified. First level interviews were conducted for 129 candidates, and 22 candidates were hired. Of the 9 identify as female, and 12 identify as male. When we look at race and ethnicity for full-time faculty, 169 identify as white, whereas 321 identify within the racial and ethnic underrepresented groups. Of those as worked through the hiring process, 22 were hired, of which 10 identify as white, and 12 other candidates identify as racial, ethnic, underrepresented groups. As the district continues to analyze this data in collaboration with the Diversity Committee, the committee will assess the screening criteria to ensure it does not disproportionately impact underrepresented groups. For our part-time faculty, we received 660 applications. 336 were screen qualified. First level interviews were conducted for 191 candidates, and 87 candidates were hired. For the total gender for male is 51, 31 for female, and 5 undisclosed. When we look at part-time faculty applications for race and ethnicity, 269 identify as white, whereas 391 identify within the racial and ethnic underrepresented groups. Of those, as worked through the hiring process, 29 identify as white, and 58 other candidates identify as other racial, ethnic, underrepresented groups, with the majority of 23 identify as Hispanic Latino. When we look at the 1,081 classified applicants, 331 identify as male, 707 identify as female, with 39 undisclosed with 4 non-binary. We screened 772 qualified applicants. First level interviews were conducted for 227 candidates and hired 27 females, 9 males, for a total of 38. Our classified race and ethnicity applicants comprised of 690 Hispanic Latino, 5 Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, 179 white, 76 2 or more, 50 undisclosed, 0 for American Indian Alaska Native, 55 Asian, 26 Black African American, and of those worked through the hiring process, 24 were Hispanic Latino, 14 candidates identify as other racial, ethnic, underrepresented groups, with the majority of 7 identify as white. As we look, 423 applicants for management, 249 identify as male, 149 identify as female, 24 undisclosed, and 1 non-binary. 308 applicants met qualifications. First level interviews were conducted for 83 candidates, and 19 candidates were hired, 10 males and 9 females. We look at race and ethnicity for management. Applications received for race and ethnicity, 183 identify as white, 32 identify as 2 or more, 35 undisclosed, 3 American Indian, 39 Asian, 36 Black and African American, and 93 for Hispanic Latino, and hired 38 candidates, of which 9 identify as white, 10 other candidates identify as other racial, ethnic, underrepresented groups, with the majority of 7 identify as Hispanic Latino.
All right, the next slides will focus on the district's workforce compared to a snapshot of the student demographics. So let's start by comparing the overall employee demographics to the student demographics. For consistency, the student demographics will remain the same throughout the following slides. Over the past 3 years, from 21-22 to 23-24, the district has seen a slight shift in the representation of underrepresented groups. Notably, the percentage of employees identifying as Hispanic Latino has increased from 37% to 42% over 3 years. Representation of employees identifying as Asian also increased from 4 to 5%. However, there was a 1% decrease in the representation of employees identifying as Black African American and American Indian Alaska Native. So now we're going to review the full-time faculty data. From 22-23 to 23-24, there was a 1% increase in faculty members identifying as 2 or more races. However, there was a 1% decrease in the representation of faculty identifying as Black African American. The number of faculty identifying as white increased by 1%. Hispanic Latino representation remained at 28% for the last 3 years. As you can see, the demographics of the full-time faculty member has remained consistent over the last 3 years. For part-time faculty, the district saw an increase in representation across most underrepresented groups. The percentage of employees identifying as 2 or more races rose from 2% in 22-23 to 3% in 23-24. Black African American representation remained steady, starting at 4% in 21-22, dropping to 3% in 22-23, and returning to 4% in 23-24. Asian representation grew from 5% in 21-22 to 7% in 23-24. Hispanic Latino representation also increased from 24% in 21-22 to 27% in 22-23, and reaching 29% in 23-24. Next, we will look at the classified staff, a group that closely mirrors the student population. Within this group, there was a 3% increase from 21-22 to 23-24 in the representation of individuals who identify as Hispanic Latino. There was a 1% increase from 22-23 to 23-24 for individuals that identify as Black African American. There was an increase in employees that identify as white. There was a decrease in employees that identify as white, decreasing from 30% in 21-22 to 28% in 23-24. While the classified professionals group is the most representative of the student demographics, it's important to note that this doesn't necessarily reflect a diverse workforce. There is still a need to further diversify the classification. And now we're going to look at our management team. Lastly, for the management group, there was an overall increase of 3% from 21-22 to 23-24 in the number of employees who identify as Black African American. Individuals that identify as Hispanic Latino increased each of the past 3 years. It was 27% in 21-22, 33% in 22-23, and 35% in 23-24. We did see a decrease in those that identify as Asian, 7% in 22-23 to 2% in 23-24. While the district is moving in the right direction, there is still much work to be done. So now we're going to look at our current, ongoing, and future initiatives. So the first point is the district has begun the implementation process for a new applicant tracking system. We're going with NeoEd, which is a part of the NeoGov platform. This system will enable blind screening of applications and also help HR streamline processes and forms for greater efficiency. The Equal Employment Opportunity Plan was approved in June of 2024, so thank you all for approving that plan, with new regulations outlining goals for the next 3 years. Progress toward these goals will be reported annually, and also diversity and equity components are also included in evaluations. This past year, the Diversity Committee updated the diversity questions in both applications and interviews. Diversity-related questions have consistently been included in interviews, and the district is now ensuring that all applications include a diversity supplemental question. And as VP Galindo spoke about, we had our first adjunct hiring event that took place on November 1st. 30 candidates were added to the adjunct pool, and the district plans to hold an additional adjunct hiring event this spring. And then the Diversity Committee has been developing recommendations focused on accessibility development and training. This initiative aims to enhance organizational awareness, improve accessibility practices, and provide targeted training. By addressing both the development of accessible systems and training necessary to implement them, the committee seeks to create lasting positive change that benefits individuals of all abilities, ultimately promoting greater equity and participation across the organization. And lastly, the district is preparing to distribute a faculty campus climate survey in collaboration with the National Assessment of College Campus Climates and the USC Race and Equity Institute. This survey will be sent to both part-time and full-time faculty members by the end of the month. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions from board members?
No questions on my mind. Just thank you for the presentation. Very extensive, very well detailed. And I'm happy to see our hiring practices and the diversity that's coming to our campus. I'm sure our students will appreciate that as well.
Trustee Gonzalez, any questions?
No, I think Trustee Bennett summed it up. I mean, after that, I don't really have questions. But I do appreciate, seeing that the public is finding in this space. I think they've been there for a long time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
A lot of work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Kidder?
No, thank you. Very comprehensive. You mentioned something about a climate survey going into faculty. Is the classified staff and others going to also have that opportunity?
We did a campus climate survey for the classified professionals and leadership. I want to say it was about a year and a half ago, and we received those results, and we went through USC Race and Equity Institute for that too.
Great, great, great. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation.
Thank you.
That was very, very well done, and I want to thank you very much. It's very informative and answered a lot of the questions that I had. Thank you very much for doing that. And is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, Chair Stefan, I just wanted to remind the board that the diversification of all of our employee groups is one of the board's goals. And that's why this presentation is so important. And also note that I know the team went through the data very quickly, but one of the things you may note is we noted what was happening at first level interviews and then what the hiring looked like. One of the things that we're starting to zero in on is where we are losing certain demographics from the point of a first level interview to a second level interview. Because at the second level interview, that's when I would be part of that decision or the vice presidents would be part of that decision. And sometimes we aren't seeing the diversity in our pools because they're not in the second level interview. And so that's one of the things that the Diversity Committee and Vice President Galindo are going to be working on to see what is happening that explains that kind of deterioration in the diversity of our pools. Trustee Oden, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Thank you. I have several questions. This is too much information to digest and have a full grasp of what this is really saying to us, because I think we need answers. Look, we have student representation is 79%, I think. And for 4 years in a row, we're still at 28%. When we know that the more students see representatives of themselves, their success rate exponentially increases. So this is not acceptable. We've got to get from this 28% higher. Because we know, and if we're looking at some of our goals, this has to be fixed. I think in the interview process, there's not getting to the second interview. You know, the more comfortable you are seeing images of yourself, the more likely better people like you. And I'm not sure how we do that, but it needs to happen. I would like for this to come back so we can have a more in-depth discussion. If someone is, if they're undisclosed or non-binary, you find the state, they're not telling you who they are. How do you incorporate that person into the workplace? I mean, that's just mind-boggling to me. I mean, how are the people that they're going to work with going to handle that? And are they prepared? What are we doing to prepare the workplace, the fellow employees, to deal with those kinds of situations? Because if we're not, we're setting ourselves up.
If I may, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I don't. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. So there are a couple of questions, Trustee Oden, that you brought up, and one of the things that we are trying to do to address that, especially at the screening process, as I mentioned earlier about the hiring event, one of the beautiful things about the hiring event that we did is that anybody who met minimum quals, they were automatically invited for an interview. There was no pre-screening process, which we believe is sometimes what obviously impacts how we're seeing the numbers go from one stage to the other. As Director Wilson mentioned in the ongoing initiatives, we are transitioning to a new applicant tracking format, which will do redacted screening, and the redacted screening will go down to the point where we are not only redacting people's personal identifiable information, so you're only seeing a candidate number, but you're
also, we have the ability to do through the system, but redact where people got their degrees. Because that also influences how people are screening and letting people in. If you went to the same university as I did, if you went to the same network as I did, all of those things influence. Unfortunately, we have biases that we are maybe not aware of ourselves, and so therefore we're screening based on what we know, what seems familiar, and that seems to obviously have a disparate impact on underrepresented groups. So we're doing that, and then on the undisclosed, one of the things that's very difficult to capture on an undisclosed, especially with the applicant in the applicant phase, is that one applicant can identify multiple different ways for multiple different applications. So they may say, today I'm going to identify as Hispanic, tomorrow I don't want to disclose and I apply for something different. And then in the third application, we do a little bit more with, that person might identify as Black or African American. So it's really trying to narrow down the data as much as we can. It's when we're hiring them, you see more of a narrowed down type of data that you're seeing. And what we're doing to try to make people prepare or help people prepare for working in this type of environment is we do have through our EEO initiatives, we do have ongoing training that we implement on an annual basis to try to have that be something that we're keeping at the forefront in terms of a topic, and how do we work with new generations, new backgrounds that we're seeing, of people who identify differently. How are we choosing different mechanisms and different techniques to work in those type of environments?
Okay. When you say two or more, do you identify which two?
No, we do not.
So it may be increasing the pools that are already dominant.
We don't include them in those pools, we separate them. So each one is, so if it's two or more, they just sit in two or more. They do not sit with, yeah.
Okay. I'm concerned about the total number of applicants and then the qualified. Because I think that's a significant disparity. This one is the national.
to Vice President Melinda's comment, that's why the hiring event was so important, because we evaluated those candidates on the basis of minimum qualifications, and everyone who met minimum qualifications got an interview. In some areas, there have been departments who've been used to artificially increasing the requirements. And one of the things that the management team has kind of been engaging in a conversation about is we're actually not allowed to do that. And so in that sense, when you interview everyone who's minimally qualified, what we saw with the event is that we were more likely to diversify our hiring. The other thing that is important is our faculty ranks, both adjunct and full-time, are the least diverse, which is also why we need to work on our adjunct pools, because we tend to pull our full-time employees from our adjunct pools. And this is slow work. You are totally right, Mr. Oden, that we don't see those changes maybe happening as quickly as we'd like. Because remember, tenured faculty positions are lifetime jobs. And so people don't leave. And the hiring, although robust, doesn't move the needle as quickly as we would like it to. So all of those factors can be part of future conversation if you'd like the HR team to bring this back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was great work. That's a great class.
And any more questions, concerns, comments from any board member? Seeing none. I know that we're supposed to take I want to thank our presenters. I'm sorry, Terry Wilson and Alicia
Presto.
And I know we're supposed to be taking our recess about 12:30. So I think what we're going to do, because it's almost quarter after, or it is quarter after 12, is we will take our recess now for lunch. If the board doesn't object, maybe we could make that a working lunch. Any objections? Or working lunch for closed session, and then we could convene in about 15 minutes in our closed session.
All right, that's
okay. And then we will come back after that to open session.
Test, test, test.
Steve, you'll let me know when you're ready. So trustee Stefan, our team's giving me the thumbs up. Yes.
We will now reconvene to open session at 1:21 p.m. Thank you. At its October 18th, 2024 regular board meeting regular Board of Trustees meeting, the board met in closed session and voted 4-1 to approve the terms of a proposed settlement agreement with the city of Palm Springs, authorizing the interim district superintendent president to take any additional steps necessary and appropriate to finalize the proposed settlement agreement related to Riverside Superior Court case number CBP 2203916. The proposed settlement agreement was subsequently finalized and executed by the parties. Closed session action at that time was yay, trustee Stefan, trustee Kinman, trustee Logan, trustee Perez, nay, trustee Gonzalez. And at this time, we will back to item 18.02, the financial aid and federal work study. Preston, good. And you're right at 5 Can you please introduce the study session?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. This item has been included as part of study session as a result of a request from Trustee Gonzalez, who wants to know more about the financial aid and scholarship landscape that our students experience. So at this time, I'd like to ask Vice President Martinez Garcia to introduce his team.
Thank you, President Hope. I'd like to introduce you to the trustees, Dr. Maria Ayon and Kristen Milligan, Dr. Milligan. Kristen Milligan will be doing the majority of the lift here, as I think Dr. Ayon's in her day 8 or 9? 9. 9, day 9. So we're not going to get her that involved right now. She can give her some time to get up to speed. Kristen has been a financial aid director for many years, for over 8 years. She spent more than 13 years as an experienced person in financial aid. Kristen has a passion for supporting students, and it stems from the fact that she is a community college student. And it's the fact that she brings to work every single day as she works with our students. So Kristen, go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, President Hope, our executive team, and guests. As mentioned, my name is Kristen Milligan, Director for the Financial Aid Office here at College of the Desert. Excited to share with you our financial aid study session today. At College of the Desert, we are thrilled to be able to provide so many financial aid opportunities so that our students can truly succeed. We offer 4 federal financial aid programs, 4 state financial aid programs, and 4 internal and external programs here at College of the Desert. The first step in the financial aid process is for students to complete a financial aid application. This application is so important to ensure that students can be matched to multiple grants at our institution. I highly encourage all students to complete this application. Please note that the application is required to be completed each year. In addition, for our students under the age of 26 years old that are in foster youth, there's also one additional application for them to complete. That is our Chafee Grant application. This one application will match those students to additional grant aid. Next, I'd love to bring to your attention our scholarship application that we offer here at College of the Desert. This application is thanks to our generous donors across the area and also our partnership with our foundation office. This one scholarship application, like the financial aid application, will match students to multiple scholarships. We highly encourage, like our financial aid application, for students to apply for our scholarship application, and that does need to be completed each year. Lastly, for students that need additional assistance as it relates to their educational costs, we also partner with the Department of Education and offer the Federal Student Loan Program. Students can contact the Financial Aid Office in order to learn more and would need to also complete a federal request loan form. So that's another application that students should be aware of. We realize that getting this financial aid information out to our community is exceptionally important, and so our department has a robust outreach plan that I'd love to share with you all today. In addition to ensuring that our website is constantly up to date, we also do email and text campaigns to students. We ensure that students are aware of all of the important deadlines, what they may be missing, and any new opportunities that may be available as it relates to financial aid. We also offer financial aid workshops, both in person and also virtually. So we offer that hands-on support and assistance for students that may need the additional help. In addition, we're constantly out in the community offering community engagement with our local high schools and also our external partners, making sure that we're out there in the community completing financial aid presentations and also offering those important workshops. I'd love to give a huge thanks to the Financial Aid Office for all of their outreach efforts and also acknowledge our EDGE team that also assists our office with the financial aid outreach efforts as well too. One exciting thing that I'd love to share with you all today is our recent numbers in financial aid application. We are thrilled to be able to see that we've received a 20.117 increase in financial aid applications from last year compared to this year, which is really exciting considering that students' first steps in applying for financial aid is completing that application. So we're really excited to see this number grow and clearly proves that our outreach efforts are working. In addition, I'd love to share with you in the next couple of slides some data that I think you'll find extremely helpful. The first is the percentage of students that actually receive financial aid at College of the Desert. The number of students is 66%, and this data comes from the 23-24 award year. We're really excited to see this number grow considering that our financial aid applications have increased here at College of the Desert. In addition, I'd love to share with you how important financial is as it links to persistence. As you'll see on the screen, students that have financial aid persist at a higher rate than students without financial aid. Our fall to spring persistence is 70.1 for financial aid students, and fall to fall 67.3%. Next, I'd love to share with you the number of funds that our office, in coordination with Fiscal Services, dispersed for the 23-24 year that just recently ended. We dispersed over $37 million. Talk about such a large impact on countless students. So huge thank you again to all of the teams that are involved to ensure funding is in the hands of our students. Now, I'd also love to share with you that the average number of financial aid per student is $4,769.99. And this is free funding that students do not have to pay back. We did not include loans in this figure for you all today. Now, I have to imagine one of the questions that many of you have is, when do students actually receive financial aid? So I'd love to share a little bit more about our disbursement timelines. Financial aid disbursements start approximately 4 weeks after the term starts. Now, I have to imagine many of you might be thinking that's late, but I'd love to share with you the reasons why. First, it helps us with fraud prevention. Second, it ensures that we have less financial liabilities for the district. But don't worry, I'm about to share with you a program next that allows our students to get their books prior to the start of the term and during the start of the term so that they can be successful while attending our institution. As mentioned just a moment ago, we do offer a program that supports our students with their books. It's called our Book Authorization Program. This program is offered to our financial aid students that are eligible for the Pell Grant if they're FAFSA filers, and the Cal Grant if they're students that complete the DREAM Act application. So for our FAFSA filers, they are required to be in at least 6 units, be in good standing with financial aid, receive a Pell Grant, and they can get up to $500 each semester. For those students that are DREAM Act appliers, those students that are eligible for Cal Grant enrolled in 6 units could be eligible for $400. Now, the recent initiative that we the DREAM Act initiative that I just shared a moment ago was just recently launched in the spring 2024 term. We launched this as a pilot program, and I'm happy to share that this program will be staying. So I would love to say a huge thank you to the Foundation Office for ensuring that all of our students, regardless of the financial aid application that they utilize today, will be able to have books at the start of the term. Lastly, I'd love to leave with you 2 programs that I wanted to highlight for you today. First one being the Federal Work-Study Program. The Federal Work-Study Program allows our students here at College of the Desert to work part-time with us here on campus, gain that job-related experience that they can take with them in the future. We currently have 67 students in this program, and that supports 30 departments here at College of the Desert. So this is a fabulous program. In addition, we also are part of the DREAM Act Service Incentive Program, very similar to the Federal Work-Study Program where students can work and get paid, but this is actually done based on community service. We are fortunate enough to have 9 students in this program today. In closing, I'm hoping that this information was very helpful and that you can see how impactful financial aid is for our students here at College of the Desert. I'd love to open the floor to see if anyone has any questions for me today.
What is the process of coordination between College of the Desert and the high schools to make sure that the students have the information in time to apply before they arrive?
Sure, that's a great question. So we offer workshops for our high school counselors to actually come on campus here at College of the Desert. We partner with the California Student Aid Commission to ensure that all high school counselors in the Coachella Valley are trained and have the knowledge that they need to share. We also offer, in coordination with our Edge department, outreach request forms. So what the high schools do is they reach out to us, they share specifically what they're looking for, and then we go into their schools, offer presentation or financial aid application assistance. So we really kind of tailor the presentation based on the needs and what those particular institutions are looking for. And then anytime that there's an update, let's say that maybe a deadline has changed. Last year with FAFSA simplification, we really saw a lot of changes. Yeah, it wasn't so simple. We saw a lot of changes. We send that information out to the high school counselors that then disseminate that information out to ensure everyone is knowing of all of the new changes.
I am sure that they do a good job, but I know that we do. So I'm looking for opportunities where we provide the service. And because I think hearing from a
preach to the choir. We firmly believe that ourselves. That's why this spring we're holding 3 large events. We're inviting community high schools to the Palm Desert campus, to the Indio campus, and then we're going to try something a little bit different. We're going to do one virtually to try to capture those students who don't have access to the campuses or have other things going on. We're going to try to do something where we can reach them in a virtual format, very similar to what we were doing during the pandemic, maybe. Again, we're trying to broaden our access and broaden opportunity for students as much as possible, and make sure that we have equal opportunities for students to be able to gain information from the east side to the west side. But really, you're right. Really providing the best information to our students that we know that we're doing for them. Do you want to add to that?
No, I think that that's great, and we're really excited to host those financial aid nights. Our team is working on that actually currently right now, and we'll be sending out communication to the community. So I think that that was some great things to share. Thank you, VP Bell, for adding that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Ladies, as always, our presentations are amazing and really appreciate the information that you provided. And I was really happy to see that that our students that applied for FAFSA was increased this year despite the changes to the application process and the anxiety that that was giving everybody throughout the process. My question is, I saw that we dispersed our funds 4 weeks after the semester begins. What is the deadline for our students to pay their fees for their courses? At what point what's the deadline to pay those fees, and when do they get dropped if they haven't paid? Can you answer?
So I can share some information. Right now, we're currently not dropping students for non-payment, but all of the financial aid students, let's say, for example, a student was eligible for financial aid, we would ensure that those students, if we decided to move forward with the drops, that they would not be included. So we always ensure that those students, regardless of the disbursement, we always ask them to review their balance, but know that financial aid is going to cover it. And so we do communicate that information out to our students. So hopefully that's helpful.
Great, that's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trustee Perez touched on something, and originally when I first asked for this presentation, I know it's been a long time, that was why I had asked, because a lot of students were reaching out saying, we call and we kind of get the runaround, no one can answer the question as to where the payment is, when we're going to receive it. And that was the main reason why I had requested a presentation, is because a lot of students were reaching out saying, this is a big issue for us. As far as financial aid, I know that One Future does the competition between the high schools, so I know that helps as well.
Yes.
And then they receive the monetary compensation, whichever high school has the largest number of students that are able to complete their FAFSA. I will, Runa, maybe you can continue to carry this water. I will always mention that it's great that we want to invite students to the campuses, because I think it makes it a little more real for them, like, oh wow, I'm here. But I also want to remind people that they don't always have to come to us.
Yeah.
We should be going to them.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I know our high schools would be more than willing, and I can only speak for the district where I work, and I'm sure Bonnie would agree, in that, maybe now that we have such a more robust partnership that had been missing for a really long time, now that we've established a dual and concurrent enrollment, and there's a relationship there, I think that is also something that can be explored, right? Is the college, I'm not saying have someone there all the time, because that's just not feasible. But I know that CDUSD holds a lot of parent meetings, a lot of activities for students. I mean, in the department that I run, we have a large event tomorrow. There'll be thousands of students and parents there. And just those kind of opportunities where, more information can be disseminated. I know with financial aid, it's a little more targeted. You're going to need access to technology. But again, I know that making decisions for our district because I don't have that authority. But I know that our district is always more than willing to support our students in their endeavors as far as being able to access higher education. And I think that's an opportunity too. I think it means a lot, especially me coming from that community and growing up there. It really does mean a lot when you see someone come to your house. You know, it's just a different feel. I know each community is very different, but I know, you know, in places like Desert Hot Springs, like Mecca, Oasis, Thermal, you know, it just gives it a different flavor. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to partner and attend activities that are where there's already a lot of students and parents. I know that our school board has student trustees, you know, and I think it would be great to engage them as well and assist with this. So I know you probably can't answer that question, but I did just want to let everyone know why I originally requested this is because students do say that it takes a really long time. Like they said a month, more, few months to receive payment, and for a lot of students, they really don't have any other source of or means to cover some of the costs, even you know gas or whatnot. So I do appreciate the information, and you know I won't be here for the response, but you know Ron and Ruben carry the water for me.
Trustee Gonzalez, if I can also add, I think you're right. Going to the schools is something we've definitely been talking more about. We are working with CVUSD to have every one of their high school freshmen fill out the application for dual enrollment, which will also promote more people who are interested in financial aid and need that access. If I could also add, it's not very student oriented, but I will say that part of the reason we don't disperse the funds is because a student could drop their class within the first 3 weeks without any notation on their transcript, and we will have dispersed the money. They no longer are eligible for those funds, and then we have to chase them for it. And so we always disperse the funds after the census date in which the college is getting the apportionment for that student enrollment. But I think things like access to books, the pantry, transportation, right, they help to mitigate that. Even though ideally we'd love to give out that first dollar the first day of enrollment, it's just, it would cause more difficulty for the college and for them ultimately, because we don't want to have to go find them for money. So I know you probably didn't want to say that, Christine, so I thought
I'm actually glad that you said that, and I think that that's going to be included in the presentation.
okay.
And maybe it can be worded in a way where it doesn't sound like we don't trust you. You know, because it can be conceived that way, but having the knowledge that I do, I understand that, you know, you don't want to cite paying for your gardener and he never comes, or your pool guy or whoever, you know, your dog groomer. But I think that also needs to be made clear as well. You know, like this is the timeline, and that way it doesn't appear to have such a bunch.
Yeah.
You know, here's where it is. So just some suggestions.
And for a lot, of students, first time they may have had that much money and control it themselves. So there's the temptation to spend. So you just hold it long enough to protect them, even though they may not understand that at the time. Yeah, so.
Yeah, can I comment on that also, Cecilia? And that's one of our biggest concerns. Kristen and I have talked many times about financial wellness. Students who come upon this money for the first time in their lives and understand the budgeting that they need to do and go through to be able to have that money throughout a semester so they can afford books, car, repairs, whatever they may need. But none of that comes natural. So we are looking to engage some of our banking partners and different community members to come in and help us with that because they're really professionals on that, as well as some of our alum maybe want to come in and talk about financial wellness. I've talked to Kathy Abbey about that as well. So we're very much aware of that as a concern because, again, we want the students to have the money that they deserve. We also would like them to apply it to the places where they really need I remember my roommate in college, when he got his first check, he went out and bought tires for his car, which he didn't need. He had a brand new car really, but he wanted the rims for them. And I remember I was like, why would you do that? But he'd never had that kind of money at his disposal before. So just making sure our students understand the money is there for them, but to apply it to their needs for their education is really priority. So that's part of financial wellness.
Perhaps a budget release class, opportunity.
I just thank you for the presentation, and President Hope answered my questions. I thought those were in place, the travel and the food voucher, or the pantry, and those types of support systems that we need to have in place. So you already answered it. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Absolutely.
Student trustee?
I do want to ask, do you have any comments or like suggestions for students or maybe like in the middle class? Because I know that once you kind of are in that space, sometimes your financial aid is limited or the same opportunities that are presented to you are a little harder to come by. So is there anything you could clarify in that sense?
Yep, so I always share with students, we hear that a lot, especially as we're out in the community at local high schools when we speak with parents. There's always this assumption that money or a specific dollar amount means that I'm not going to be eligible, which is not always the case. So my biggest advice for students is to absolutely apply. Complete that free financial aid application truthfully, to the best of your ability. I think many of them are going to come up very surprised that they're going to match to the California College Promise Grant. At minimum, that's going to waive their tuition while attending College of the Desert. Again, the advice would be to complete that application. Don't let it deter you or make assumptions that you're not eligible when that may not be the case. And for any students that need help, they're not really too sure maybe what specific terminology means, please always check in with the financial aid office. We're happy to lend our support, our guidance to make sure that students are completing it accurately, so that way they can be matched to the most financially possible.
The other thing is worth the money. Is that our pledge program supports a lot of students who are not qualified for financial aid, that fall into what we would call working class, middle class. So even if students aren't eligible for, the promise that Kristen was talking about, pledge often picks up those opportunities for students who come from household incomes that exceed what might make them eligible for financial aid.
I want to thank you both so much for this presentation. This was absolutely fabulous. So I was just asked the other day, how come I didn't get my money or my vote when I needed it?
Trustee Stefan, is your mic on?
Yeah, it says it's on.
Here, why don't you use this one?
It's a twilight zone. The student was asking me how can they get their money in time to get their books. And it was, I was like flabbergasted. What do you mean you get your money? Did you get any of your money? No, I didn't get it. I didn't get it for 2-3 months down the road. And it was like they just didn't know what to do. And I told them, well, I'd check it out. Well, no, send them off. I'm going to send them to you.
Yeah. Yes, please do. And it could be the students missing something on their financial aid account. We text our students, we email students, we always ensure that they're in the know. But we would love to help guide them with anything that they need help with. So please do send them our way.
Thank you. Thank you again. That was a great presentation. Trustee Perez has one more question.
Chair, I think this is probably more so for VP Garcia. You might be able to answer. How does this money get dispersed? Is it via check, via debit?
I can answer that question. So it's going to be through our partners, Bank Mobile. So what the student can do is they can make a selection. They can either deposit it into an existing account or create an account with them. So as soon as the student is eligible for an upcoming disbursement, we do send them an email, they select a preference, and then the funds will continue to go there the entirety as they're here at College of the Desert.
Is there any fees associated with that account when they're pulling that money out or anything of the sort?
So if they're using their own account, there are no fees associated with it. However, there are some fees associated if they decide to utilize Bank Mobile. I would say that the majority of our students use their own accounts that they have from outside banks, and then that would just incur their normal fees with their bank partners. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much again. Thank you. Okay, that's it. And that brings us down to 18.03, NASA Community College Aerospace Scholars at College of the Desert. President Hope, could you please help introduce this study session?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. I'd like to ask Interim Vice President Burrell to introduce our instructors and our students so that you can learn a little bit more about some of the other efforts you might not know as much about related to our NASA program.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hope, Board of Trustees. Before us today, we have Professor Jorge Perez, who will be joined by colleagues Donna Blanton, Associate Professor of Mathematics, and Dr. Ahmed Al-Shafi. No? No. No, okay. Associate Professor of Physics, as well as students Jonathan Maloney, Cheyenne Saceda, and Josh Saceda. They will share more on NASA Community College Aerospace Scholars Program at College of the Desert, and which is basically a nationwide project, which we're lucky to be a part of. It also prepares students who are in a 2-year program, preparing for transfer and also careers in the STEM field. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us. I'm going to take the mic since I'm joined by my team here. All right, so I appreciate making time for us to present. This is really the conclusion of a 5-year grant. It's really 6 years because of COVID. We had to skip one of the years. So in 10 minutes, I'll try to give 6 years of work that we've done here. So do I have control of the slides? Is that? Okay. So kind of quickly, so it all kind of started a few years back in 2016 through the California Space Run Consortium. And for those of you who don't know, every state has a Space Run Consortium. They get money from NASA to promote STEM education. This is one of the things that you're seeing kind of as a byproduct of that. So a while back, we were involved with an Arduino program. An Arduino is essentially a microcomputer that you get to program. And so I'm just kind of listing the team names and the students that kind of made this NCAS program happen, kind of to honor them and everything that they did. So 2016, we had 3 teams of 12 students. 2017, we had 21 students, 5 teams. And then 2018, we had 3 teams of 9 students. There is a break in between 2018 to 2022 because NCAS was granted in 2018. And then we did both collaborations in 2022. And then after that, we just get going slowly with NCAS. And then up next, I'm going to have some of the pictures on the team so you can get to see what that was like, right? So in 2016, 2017, students did research. You can see the Salton Sea at the bottom. You can see a drone made from scratch at the top left. Some of the students, let's see, top right, this young man with glasses. What's that? No, I'm pointing at it. No, you're good, that's all right. I'll take those 10 seconds back. So the young man that you see out here with the glasses in the top right, his name is Adnan Sanchez. He's one of our DACA students. I asked him if he can say that. He said it's perfectly fine to share that in public. In that picture, he created a rover that you can move with your mind, with your thoughts. Now, when they come to you and they say, I'm going to make a rover that is going to be moved with your thoughts, first thing as a teacher, you want to encourage that. But you're like, So as it turns out, and I learned a lot from that group, when you concentrate, when you're thinking, there's beta waves and alpha waves. So they hacked Microsoft Kinetic headset. And so when you put it on, they're able to detect these waves. So when you really concentrate, one of the waves comes up. When you relax, the other wave comes up. So as the headset detected the waves, the rover moved either back or forward or back. And so that was kind of intense. We took the students to a NASA center, Armstrong Flight Research Center, and that particular project got a lot of attention from the NASA engineers. That kid, Adan Sanchez, went on to get a master's degree in computer science based on this particular project. This is how far we have to go to see like the outcome of how powerful this program is going to be, which is why I'm going all the way back to 2016. The young man in the middle here, Eddie Cruz, is actually one of our professors now. He's a biology professor for us. So it's kind of cool to see kind of everything circling back with this project, right? So this is a video, probably not safe because they're flying in the Mesa Center without any protection, but they were so excited. It was like midnight, and they were like, "Professor, we made it fly." And so this is, I don't know if the video will play, but essentially, I get this message saying, "Hey, Professor, we made it fly," and everybody's not wearing eye protection or anything, but it was good. Everyone was cool. But it's exciting. It's science. So in 2018, we didn't go to the NASA Research Center. We ended up going to the School of Engineering at USC. So the students got to present the research in that facility. We took a tour of the California Science Center, and so you can see we're like by one of the shuttles. And so this kind of kept going for 3 years, right? After that, well, before I get to that one. So NASA gets kind of, because of the Space Program Consortium, NASA gets this hint like, hey, students at College of the Desert are doing great things. And so in 2018, we're invited to do NCAS, which is the kind of the second half of the presentation will be about. Before I keep going though, we are very lucky at COD. We have many grants. And I want to make sure that I give credit to the different people that have collaborated, right? So California Space Consortium happens from 2016 to 2018. 2018, we get the NCAS grant. And then in 2018, Dr. El-Shafi, who couldn't join us today, he gets a grant for $250,000 for entry, ascent, and landing. And then again in 2023, he gets a $900,000 grant. So they're all NASA grants. It's just that different professors kind of take different responsibilities, right? So when we just say the NASA grant, we may be talking about one of these 3 grants. So I just kind of gonna give credit for the people for the hard work. So I'm going to be talking, or we're going to be talking about NCAS. So that brings us to 2018. So the goals of the program obviously are to expose students to NASA mission expectations. If they want to go to NASA, this is what they can expect, and we have this at COD for them to do so, right? We emphasize the importance of soft skills and networking. We tour institutions. We also tour industry associates. And obviously the idea is to create these pipelines in STEM from our community all the way to industry and the agencies like NASA. Right? So that's kind of the goal of the program. Okay. So this is how the students applied. At some point, students did not have to be U.S. citizens. We kind of led that battle for 2 years. Now, because it's federal money, it reverted back to the students having to be U.S. citizens. We do have plenty of other opportunities for non-U.S. citizens, but for this particular opportunity, they have to be U.S. citizens. First mission, they do a week-long class online. Second mission, they do this immersion project with NASA. And the third mission, we have an on-site event, which is a robotics competition. So the students essentially are with NASA for about a month and a half, and then we get to deal with them with the robotics competition. When everything started, we went to training. We got training at Ames Research Center. We were asked to shadow the program back then. After that, we went to Langley Research Center in Virginia, where Professor Burns, who couldn't join us today, and I were trained on how to take the NASA program into our campus. So that's us presenting in Virginia at one of the research centers. And then after that, in 2019, COD, we became the first community college in the nation to successfully run the NCAS program. So what you'll see next are essentially just pictures of the different years, starting with 2018. So this is the very first cohort. That's us during UCR. That's us in the California Science Center. We had people come all the way from Pasadena, from Caltech, just to talk to our students. students. This is how powerful that experience was. We had people from all over the community helping us out as mentors. In 2020 happens, COVID happens, so we cannot do NCAS, but in 2021, we moved forward in online capacity. It's a little different, so they had to design an A puffer, which essentially is a rubber, let's see if I remember what it stands for. It's pop-up, flat folding, explorer rubber. And essentially, it's rubber for moon missions. Okay, and so the students had to design that from scratch, and they had to do that all through their computers, right? And so we had collaborations with Blue Origin, with Caltech. This is year 3, so our students, Cerritos College and College of the Desert, got to collaborate for the first time. We toured Google, the Google facilities. 22, so these are more pictures of 2022. The students got to do a final presentation, which I'll talk a little bit more next. This is 2023, so we got to do a 3-way collaboration with Cypress College, Cerritos College, and College of the Desert. And then finally in 2024, which the students that you see in front of you participated, we got to do the collaboration with Cerritos College again. And so throughout the years, we've had these experiences for our students. They got to present in front of engineers, they got to present in front of the community. I think in 2023, Catherine from the foundation was one of the judges for one of the competitions that she drove all the way to Cerritos on a Saturday. So that we were really grateful for that. And these pictures that you're seeing here are just pictures from the different years, right? So you can kind of see the span of that, right? So this is a picture of the competitions, and if you want, the students can tell you more about that. But again, this is the span of 5 years of work. These are some of the collaborations that we had. Blue Origin, going Caltech. One of our students, Gracia, you might remember Gracia, she did INCAS in 2021. She just finished a summer internship in Blue Origin, and then she was the key speaker for us in the INCAS 2024. So once again, you see those cycles kind of completing. And this is kind of the future, right? The idea is to inspire students. We've been able to help over 60 students with this initiative. Everything's obviously completely free. Just trying to expose the students to as much STEM possibilities as possible. Okay. I know that was a lot. Just a few thank you. Obviously, a lot of people that helped out. Probably a lot of people that are listed. And then, like I said, the students are really the stars of this. This is just kind of me telling you what you can ask questions about. But this is kind of the presentation. I know I went over the 10 seconds over here. So again, a lot of words, a lot of things being said, but we'll be happy to answer any questions that you would have. Okay.
Thank you so much. This time we'll start over here with Trustee Perez again. Any questions, comments?
No questions on my end, just really impressed about the great work that our students are doing and the great work that you all are doing as instructors. Thank you so much. I'm always, that rover being controlled by the mind is crazy, and it's just stuff to me that is really impressive, and you're much smarter than I am. I went the easy route, social sciences, so kudos to y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you very much, Professor Perez and felicidades in your promotion. I see your colleague has joined us as well. I see you back there. Yeah, that really blew my mind. Like, that's some Magneto, Professor Xavier stuff. I was like, what? Mind? Crazy. I'm always just so impressed by this program. Like, it's wow, just amazing. To see the makeup of the students is just really phenomenal for me. Even though I won't be necessarily watching, even though I'm a big fan of this program. But I just want to say congratulations to the students. You're all amazing. Like, seriously. Yeah, Ruben's right. I'm not even that smart. I'm like, wow. So just blown away. I can't wait to hear the stories of you when you are, not done, because nobody is ever really done with what they're doing. But I can't wait to see what you do in the future, because it's going to be amazing. We need to make sure we keep these professors here because they're amazing. So just thank you very much, and just keep doing this great stuff. This is amazing. Thank you for what you do for our students.
Thank you. Student trustee Robles.
I just want to say that's like incredibly impressive. Seems like it takes a lot of understanding of math, or technical classes that just they require a lot of math. So it's awesome to see y'all doing that. I do have questions if like AI is now becoming a part of that world and how that kind of interacts with the programming. If you have any fun examples of that.
Yeah, so it will definitely have to, right? So it hasn't quite reached when we implement it, so like the programs that we've implemented. But if we're to keep up with where things are going, it would have to be part of AI for sure, right? And so even things as simple as gathering data from the internet, that could be done all through AI. But also you can type into ChatGPT something like, give me a project where I can use solar panels to power something in the moon, and ChatGPT would say, well, here are the steps, right? So if we are to keep up with this kind of pipelines of STEM and self-sustaining STEM cycles, AI will have to be at some point being included for sure.
And with any of these projects that you all have done, do any of them like apply directly to the desert?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. So on the slides that you still kind of blew through some of the slides, but what's interesting when the students were working with Arduinos, like the drones and stuff, they always had like dual intentions. A lot of the kids, they come from the East Valley or the West Valley. The kids from the East Valley would always create these rovers or these drones that could be used for space exploration, but also for the fields, right? So I remember one in particular. There was a rover created from scratch for a group of 5 computer scientists, and they created a rover that could sample soil in Mars, or it could sample soil like in the valley to see how the produce is going, if things were good, anything that needed to be added to the soil. So they always did that kind of themselves. We never told them to have dual intentions on their projects. The drone that you saw, it was really intended for when people go hiking in these mountains. Like a drone could get there faster than an ambulance could, and it could deliver like first aid. And the students were the ones that gave it that meaning to those projects, right? So there are a lot of them were essentially kind of dual intention or like dual use for space exploration, but also for locally here in the valley.
Trustee Oden.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It is so inspiring. I'm really hoping that more of what you're doing and how unique this program is to colleges, period, across the country, and how specifically for a community college like College of the Desert to have a program like this is so unique. So thank you, kudos to you as instructors who keep motivating and inspiring these young people to this level of excellence. Thank you.
Okay, you guys are freaking me out. You're doing great things with your mind. And I'm envious because I didn't get to witness that or participate. And so as you develop things, there's opportunities where some of my colleagues would embrace that too. We going to the playground and watching what you created and seeing how it can impact, like you just said, somebody's hiding in the mountains and they need first aid. I mean, I wouldn't have thought of that. And so this is really revolutionary. I appreciate our student trustee questions about AI. For us older people, we get a little bit nervous with some of these concepts, but it's exciting. I'm so glad that you guys are really providing an opportunity for our students, that they're engaging it and applying it, which is very, very significant. Thank you.
And I just want to thank all of you because, the frontier ahead is boundless. There's no limits to it. And you guys are really just because people think, we're a community college, we're not as good as one of the four-year institutions, but I always said the people here are much more advanced, and you guys are really proving that. So I really want to thank you and thank our professors for taking them on this journey. It's just phenomenal. Thank you so much. It's a great presentation. So if So thank you, all of you. And at this time, we have a presentation for professional development. President Hope, can you please help introduce this study session?
Yes, at this time, we have professional development on an annual calendar for the trustees. So you know about some of the important work that our faculty do in order to stay engaged and learn new things. So I'd like to introduce Interim Vice President Rudel to introduce the next presentation.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, President of Board of Trustees. We have Dr. Leif Jordan, Professor of Mathematics and Chair of the Faculty Development Committee, who will provide an overview of faculty development at College of the Desert.
Thank you, Trustees, President Hope. I'm Leif Jordan. I'm a professor of mathematics. I'm also the chair of the Faculty Development Committee. So just a very brief presentation on what we've been doing in the last couple years since I've been heading up the committee, other than making PowerPoint presentations. Let's see if I can figure this thing out. There we go. So just generally, what types of professional development do we offer or are available to our faculty? I should mention that when we say professional development in the context of my committee, it's exclusively for faculty, both full-time and part-time faculty. Although there are other types of professional development at College of the Desert, they don't go through my committee, so I won't be able to answer any questions on that. But when it comes to faculty, full-time, part-time teaching, non-teaching, instructional faculty, there are basically 5 major types of professional development that we engage in: conferences, workshops, discipline or area-specific training, which can include mandatory training to keep up to legal standards or whatever is required in your area. Online training, which is sort of new, but it's become more popular, as you'll see in this presentation. And then Flex. Flex is short for flexible calendar, and I'll go into what we do on those days as well. So those are the 5 basic types. I could not do this without the support of my committee, and so I'm just the chair. I'm just the guy that makes the agenda and calls the votes and things. So my committee is Christina Corrales-Cato, Rusty Harling, Emily Madigan. Just want to give a shout out to all these folks. Kathy Levitt, Diane Torres, Frank Ramirez. I noticed none of them showed up today. Brian Batris, Adele Bynum, Jamil Murtada, Ali Moussawi, and Linda Emerson. And behind the closed captioning is my right hand, Cheryl Etter, who's the administrative assistant for the Academic Senate. Although I claim her as mine when it comes to doing all the work for my committee, like putting together all of the things that we need to be able to do our job. So we meet on the first Thursday of every month in the Applied Sciences building at 12:30. So it's an in-person meeting. We meet once a month. So what do we do in this? We're essentially the funding committee. And so all faculty, full and part-time faculty, may apply for a maximum of $1,000 per year, per academic year, I should say, in professional development funding. Currently, our budget is $60,000 a year, and approximately 380 faculty are eligible each year. So that's the full-time faculty plus whichever adjuncts have a course, teaching a course, because you can't apply unless you're actually teaching in that year. Full-time and part-time faculty are all equal in their eligibility for requesting funds. Some faculty request less than the $1,000, which is great because it helps our budget go a lot further. And all funds have been depleted before the end of each year. We've never had a rollover, at least not since COVID. I guess during COVID we did because nobody was going anywhere. We couldn't give away the money in 2021, but anyway, in the last couple of years we've given it away. Last year, 23-24, was my first year as chair. 70 faculty received funds. And that might sound like a lot, but it's not. That's 18% of the faculty that were eligible to receive funds. So that means if you do the reverse math, 82% of our faculty did not. That would have been a better statistic, huh? 82% did not request or receive any funding during that year. Here's just a nice visual to look at how the funding process works. The 70 approvals from last year occurred between September and May. And notice right out of the gate in September, we gave away 9. I don't know why the scale is going by twos. Did everybody count by twos? So in September, we gave away 9, and then in my closed captioning is covering it, October 6, so on and so forth. Big spike there in whatever month that is, December? Oh, February, yeah. So people start panicking in February because the money is running out. And then it goes back down, and you might notice May. What do y'all notice about May? We gave away no money. Why? The money was out, yeah. We didn't have any money to give in May, so we did not take any requests in May. Therefore, we did not disperse any money. So I had fun making these. Our current year projections are that we will be out by March of this year. So we started with $60,000. We've already given away $34,000. When you do the math on this, it looks like everybody got the 1,000, doesn't it? 34 people, $34,000. Although that's actually not true. Look at the next slide. We do predict that we will be out of money by March of this year. If you look at the slide, all of the bars that are up at 1,000 are the people that requested the maximum. But some people requested less than the maximum. We just had a meeting on Thursday of last week. So I have not been able to update the slide with the funds that we've just approved on Thursday. So this is when Irene wanted this very early, so I just threw it together. All right. So this is just kind of a general distribution. Most people do claim the maximum, as you can see by that ceiling there of 1,000. But one person, this is funny, you see number 1 there? $15. Somebody requested $15 for professional development. They wanted to take an online course that only had a $15 fee. So apparently there are $15 I think it was a Spanish course or something like that. So they wanted to brush up on their Spanish and they took a $15 course. I was like, really? You're asking for $15, huh? Okay, fine, approved. So that's about it for the money. You might wonder where this money goes, right? The board, your fiduciary responsibility to manage where the money goes. So 41%, 40.9, or approximately 41% of the funding is for in-state travel, 29% for out-of-state travel, 24% online and growing. So I imagine if I were to make this slideshow next week, it would already be larger than that because we approved more online courses just last Thursday. So that 25% is growing each year. And then we have an other category. The other category are things like membership to a professional organization or perhaps a subscription to a journal in whatever area that they're in. And so they're not actually going to a conference, there's no hotels or travel or registration fees, but there is some cost incurred in maintaining their currency in whatever field that they're in. So that's the other category. Which is actually new since I've been chair, where I sort of opened the door to why not fund things that are a little bit different than going to, Vegas or something, right? So Flex, you've heard of Flex around here at College of the Desert. We have it twice a year in the spring and in the fall. It is one of my primary duties as the chair, other than managing the agenda and running the meetings, organizing and putting on these programs. It's quite a chore. Like I said, Cheryl Etter is very critical in helping me keep this going and helping the committee plan everything. So in spring of 2024. So I'm going back just to earlier spring, January 25th and 26th. It was only 2 days. 303 faculty attended our Flex. It's the flexible calendar, which are days in which there is no instruction. And so in lieu of classroom instruction, in lieu of providing instruction to our students, you can also call it an in-service day. So we are all here at the college working, and training and going to different events for those days. 3,567 hours total were attended. So this is what we report to the state. It's like to get our apportionment or funding for those days. The average was 11.8 hours per person. I did not plan this. This is truly coincidence that in the fall, even though there were 5 days of sessions, the average still came out to be 11.8 hours per. I couldn't have planned that. It just happened. So in the fall, August, we had 5 days of sessions, 379 faculty attended, a total of 4,496 hours were attended, and if you do the math, trust me, divide them, I did it 3 times today, could not believe that it actually came out equal. It also came out to 11 point hour. I have a sneaking suspicion that people are aiming for 12, right? So, and it's just happened to hit the nail right on 11.8, but I mean, people are intentionally going, oh, I gotta do my 12 hours, and they do their 12 hours. And that might have something to do with some contractual language, which I will not go into in this. Yeah. Our faculty are pretty smart. Okay, now this is not part of my presentation, but Laura's nodding her head here. Notice the discrepancy here with the number of days. We have 5 days and we have 2 days, but we're essentially doing the same amount of work. And so this year we have put in a request to the chancellor to reduce the total number to 5 per year and then dividing up a little bit more equitably. And I have a feeling that we will still meet this same goal. We will still have 11 hours per person. It will just be done in less days because 7 days was a lot. And in my next slide, I'll show you where all those days went and how we could better be more efficient with our time and not have so many empty sessions, because some sessions were very poorly attended simply because there was too much out there and too many days. But that's kind of our goal. You know, it's 12 hours per faculty per semester. So I'll wait till the end to take questions. So I've been keeping very detailed statistics since I became chair. I've been at COD for almost 20 years, and in the early days of my career, we turned in paper forms with our hours. Nobody ever knew where these paper forms went. Apparently they were in a file cabinet somewhere, and maybe there was rumors that people were checking them to make sure that faculty were actually going to all these hours. And I have another suspicion that maybe these forms just disappeared into the ether, or who knows, maybe they're still floating around campus. Since I became chair, we've been keeping electronic reports of all the hours, which turns out we were supposed to be doing that all along. And so here we have Thursday, January 25th, and what people went to what, or at least a head count of how many people went to each thing. You can see the most attended is at the bottom there. It's kind of blocked out by the closed captioning, but those are the school and department meetings. By far, one of the highest attendance is in those. I think people feel like they have to go to their school and department meetings, so they go. And then we have some others that are very low attendance there. There's one where only 3 people showed up to that one. Okay, but they're all great sessions. The sessions are put on typically by faculty or staff or sometimes administrators, and they put in a request for a session, and then we approve the session, and then we provide the space and the time, and then they take it from there. Friday, January 26th, the president's address was the big winner there. 103 people attended Laura's talk. That was brand new. January, no, you weren't brand new yet. This was your first in-person talk because we got flooded out. We had Hillary for your first one, yeah. I did not compile the statistics for the Hillary one, although it was quite impressive considering that, you remember the hurricane came through. We had to shift, complete pivot from in-person to online at the last minute. So the last thing I was worried about was making slideshows for that. But since then, I've been able to compile some pretty good data. So that was January, just 2 days, all right? And so remember, these 2 days represent the same amount of people, or at least the same amount of hours, 11.8 hours per person, as these 5 days. So check this out. It was a pretty good day, yeah? This is the adjunct day. Adjuncts are very active and they show up. They have it in their contracts, so they're compensated for these days. So we had a really good turnout of adjuncts. Thank you, Kathy Levitt, Bob Holmes, and Mike Gladich for putting on a great presentation that day. And then it starts to trickle down. The keynote address was a huge hit. We had Jose Bowen, who's an author, musician, and educator, gave a keynote address on AI. And so that was our big hit that time. 163 people came to that. We also had another session on AI. Look at how AI seems to be very popular these days. I wonder how many of these attendees were actually bots. No. 93 people. And that's pretty good for 8 o'clock in the morning. 93 people at 8 o'clock in the morning. I can't get 12 people to come to my algebra class at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then we closed out the day. This was essentially AI Tuesday, if you look at the theme here. At 3 o'clock, we had talked about writing effective AI prompts, a great presentation. I can't read the number, but you can tell by the bar that it was about 75 people probably came to that. And then, this is Jose Bowen. If you haven't met him or I haven't heard of him, he is a musician, an educator, and an author. And this is his book, Teaching with AI. I think we have a digital copy that we offered to all the participants. We didn't do a hard copy, but at the library where they could go and get a digital copy. 163 people attended his talk. I'm still hear feedback about how great that talk was. Worth every penny, so thanks. I'll talk more about the money. More money is always good, because he didn't do this for free. So as you can see, I'm going to flip through the slides pretty quickly now. The President's address did great. Laura did great in August, an in-person address with 117 people. But you can start to notice the pattern of the low attendance, especially for a lot of the in-person events. I mean, as little as 2 people showing up. And we put a lot of time into scheduling the room and making sure that some of these events might have refreshments and things, and then only 2 people show up to the party. So we're going to work on that in the future, and I think by reducing the number of days, we might increase the turnout. This one was also pretty bad, except for the school meetings, you see. At 4 o'clock, the department chairs and the deans put on their individual school or department meetings, and then everybody shows up to work at 4 o'clock. And then throughout the day, it was kind of a trickle, yeah? Joel's nodding his head of his many years of tenure here. Okay, and then we have the Friday, which is actually not bad. This was Indio. We've been trying to promote Indio, the new campus upgrades, and the new building. I think we had a campus tour. So this is actually not too shabby for the fact that it was, I don't want to call it off-site, but at the alternate site at the Indio campus. So that is a summary of our flexible calendar. Y'all have a copy of that if you want to dive into the stats. The future of Flex, I'm planning it right now. We're going to finish the approvals in December for January 23rd and 24th, so we'll have 2 days. And then fall of 25, we will have 4 days. So we're kind of easing into it because the calendar process is like 2 years in advance, 2 or 3 years in advance. So by 2026, we'll be down to 3 days in the fall and 2 days in the spring. That's the end goal. But we're kind of easing into it. So this will be 2 and then 4, although those are technically separate academic years, so same calendar year. So that's it for Flex. Before I switch to that slide, I'm going to take questions in a minute, but I just want to let you all know something that's probably entirely obvious. I'm a math teacher. I love math. I love numbers. When I run into people in public or whatever, they go, "Oh, you're a math guy. Oh, I bet you really love those numbers, don't you?" And, I mean, I do. I mean, I love decimals. I love fractions. It breaks my heart what's happened because of recent legislation and remedial math. I've made my living. My whole career is built around teaching remedial math. And I love decimals, fractions, and percents. And I love teaching them to especially adult learners who did not learn any of this stuff when they were growing up. And the community college was their last hope to finally learn the stuff that they never learned when they were kids, like decimals, fractions, percents, reading the graphs that I just showed you on the board, understanding things like averages and percentiles and things. However, no matter how much I like it, I want to make one thing very clear. I also like algebra, right? And one area of algebra only requires 2 symbols. This is called Boolean algebra. made famous by George Boole, mathematician and author, 1854. He wrote the book, The Laws of Thought. And it turns out that the most important outcomes can be measured by only using two symbols. And you probably know what those symbols are. You see them a lot, every day. Your computers rely on those two symbols to do what they do. The NASA kids that were just here probably know a lot about these two symbols, 1 and 0. And so Boolean algebra basically measures everything in terms of ones and zeros. And so I'm going to end my presentation today with a little Boolean algebra. 1, faculty have access to and participate in professional development. This basically means true, right? 1 means it is true. So if faculty do in fact have this access, then faculty development will continue to thrive at COD, and I'll be able to continue to offer these things to the faculty. Faculty will be more engaged, they will remain current in their field of expertise, and the students will be positively affected. Their outcomes will be improved. More people will be graduating, more people will be transferring, and that's really our goal. However, there's also the 0. Yeah? If faculty do not have access and do not participate in professional development, it will become non-existent because it relies on the faculty to keep it going. Right? We don't have an outside source of professional development coming to us, and we are the creators and the funders and the distributors of this knowledge. Faculty will end up lacking skills and knowledge. They will not be engaged, and the student outcomes will be negatively affected. So I just want to put that out there that, in summary, College of the Desert, professional development is critical to achieving our institutional goals. All right, the most important factor is funding. Faculty must have access to conferences and training to gain the valuable knowledge and skills. And the most important outcome is our students, as we all know, the reason why we're here. They will benefit from highly educated, experienced, and well-trained individuals. So that is my presentation. I know I probably went way over. Any questions?
Very entertaining. Let me start over here with our student trustee. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to ask, find out more about?
I mean, these are obviously just for faculty and staff, so the student perspective is I wonder if like students would ask some of the things that they learn when they start the next semester, or if professors were able to like kind of communicate some of the things that they learned.
I certainly hope so. When professors learn, one of the reasons why we have these things right before school starts often, at least the in-service days, the flex days, is so that if you happen to learn something on a Thursday, you can put it right to work on Monday. Now, students aren't prohibited from coming. I'm sure that the door would be open to them to attend. It's just you might not know what we're talking about, but you're certainly welcome to participate. We'll put that out there. And changes might be coming to Flex in which there might be greater participation campus-wide generally. But that's a really good point. I think you're not the only student that has asked or shown interest in what we do at Flex. Certainly some of the bigger public events like the President's Address and things might be very welcome to attend.
I remember the fact that they invited the student panel was pretty cool because it felt like an early introduction to speaking to a lot of the faculty, and I know they were asking questions to the group of us as to like anything we talked about. It kind of like the conversation led more, so it was awesome to be invited to those things.
Now, you're probably used to things like email and Canvas, right? But many professors have been teaching so long that we didn't have email addresses when we first started. And so they would have professional development back in the day, we're talking like the late 90s, on how to use email. And that was a training session. And then just maybe 15 years ago, we didn't have Canvas, right? So you wouldn't know how you were doing in your class because there was no thing for you to log into to see what your grades were. And so there was training on how to use Canvas, and then that was something that immediately hit the ground running, where the students immediately noticed the impact because now all of a sudden there's this place where you can go and see what your grades are. So the effectiveness to the students is clear each and every year as we learn more stuff. And then this year, the AI thing, I mean, you might start seeing things in your area. Ron? I think there was one of those out-of-states that was actually out of the country. But it's not very common, but out-of-state is just anything outside of California, including outside the country.
So, are we on? There. Push that button again so it doesn't vibrate. There you go.
So like,
Hi, Joel.
are you sure you teach math? I mean, math, we need all this energy.
That's what I do.
So, it is, especially for a non-math position. So, you make it science, I'm sure it helps the students.
Thanks.
Engage in your classroom, and thank you for your presentation, but thank you more for bringing you and your personality to the presentation, because I've never been in one of your classes.
Now you have.
Now I have.
Trustee Brisk.
Thanks, Joel.
Yes, thank you, Leif, for that presentation. That was awesome, man. I joked earlier about how I took the easy way out, went to the social sciences. I had a professor like you, man. I don't know. Maybe I would have gone to the harder sciences. But in all seriousness, great presentation. Really excited that we do that for our faculty. Hoping that if it's feasible for us to continue to fund and provide more funding if we're able to do so. So thank you for your work in that role, and thanks, sir.
Thanks, Ruben. $100,000 would be great. Thank you.
I would have expected you to say do the math.
That'll get us up to 30. 100,000 will get us up to 30% of our faculty. Hi, B.
What a great way to end. You really cracked me up. I agree with Ruben. I've never had a math teacher like you. I hate math. I mean, I can add, subtract, project, divide, all that good stuff, percentages, but I think if I would have had a math teacher like you, I might have actually liked it. Instead of doing it because you had to.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine what you're like as a teacher. It must be great. I'm gonna have to make it a mission to come and just sit.
Doors open.
Hang out.
I won't even complain.
No, thank you so much. Obviously you're taking on an additional role, and you do that. And I see that it's with a lot of commitment and joy on your part. So
thanks, B.
Just want to say that was great. I mean, it was very informative.
I got a lot of DHS in me.
I got you, bro. Thank you.
Thanks, B.
Thank you. I remember I used to always try to attend FlexFex, but I could never get those 12 hours. It's just impossible, but I was doing it after work. They wouldn't release me to come over here. So I really want to thank you for sharing with us, what goes over big and what times of the day. Probably the afternoon ones are the ones that I can attend as well usually. And it's just a great thing. I encourage my fellow trustees to try to attend some of those flex events, especially the president's presentation, if you can take off from work during that time. That was always in the middle of the day. But those are always wonderful things to attend. They're always much more informative than the staff members. So I want to thank you very much. And that was a great presentation. It really was.
Thank you.
So much.
I have one shameless plug. Professional development is open to even members of the board and student trustees and staff. I am speaking at the Palm Springs Art Museum on Thursday, December 12th, okay, at 6 o'clock. Put that in the minutes. Who takes the minutes, Brandon? 6 o'clock, Palm Springs Art Museum. You want to see Dr. Jordan give a math lecture? It's called Mixed Feelings. So we have an artist and a mathematician. I'm the mathematician. And we're speaking on two disparate topics that seem completely unrelated, but by the end of the two talks, you'll find that there's connections between art and math. It's at the Annenberg Theater. Tickets are $20, but since I like you guys, I'll give you a free ticket.
That's actually your second plug, because I was going to plug
Oh, you're going to plug me?
But good job.
Anything else? Shall I leave?
Thank you, Lee.
Should I go get ready for Monday?
Yes.
All right, thanks a lot.
Have a great day.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jordan. And at this time, we'll move into public comments. This is Mike 2.01. Requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these minutes may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. Do we have anyone that would like to speak or address the board? Not at this time. Okay, and then, well, this note. I didn't finish reading it. As an additional note, this item could have been extended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. And future agenda items 20.01. Future agenda items. Trustee Robles, anything you'd like to see in our future agenda?
Not at this moment.
Thank you. Trustee Perez. Trustee Oden. Anything for a future agenda?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to say that this has been a very interesting meeting, and some of the public comments really got to me. I just want to say thank you to Dee. Thank you to Bonnie, and thank you to Laura. And I want to encourage you to give some serious thought to applying for this position. I feel, as trustees, it's important to encourage you to do so. We have made so many accomplishments, and these are the directives that we gave to you as a board to do, and you've done an outstanding job. So I think I would be remiss in not asking that publicly, and I'll ask you after the meeting too, to apply, to continue the work that all of you have contributed to. Appreciate it very much to all the vice presidents and to you as trustee. Thank you.
I have no items to put on the agenda. I think we're approaching the holiday. The administration and staff have plenty to do, and address what other items in the new year. So thank you.
And Trustee Gonzalez, anything you'd like to add?
No, if I had to, I would, echo Trustee Oden's sentiment that, I definitely would like to see apply. You might have 2 no votes, but I think you might have 3 yes. We'll see what this comes. Can't guarantee those because no one has told me that, nor have I asked anyone. But I do think that there are trustees here that are actually really interested in the future of the college and in the positivity and direction. And I know, because I've seen that they started the rhetoric and the nonsense with you too. With the little blog that we have locally that's for sale. But I'd say go for it. The worst thing that can happen is, a person sways a different way. But I would definitely say fight the fight. And I think our students deserve that. They deserve the best, and I think you are definitely a very viable candidate. So hopefully no one twists my words and think that, I'm influencing. I never asked you, right, Rob? Bonnie? No, never had a conversation. Rube? No, there you go. Just for clarity, because, I'd end up on the rolling report or something. But I also would like to encourage you, to whether I'm here or not, doesn't matter, but our kids are going to still be here. And so is the faculty and the staff, and everybody deserves a champion like you. So, thank you.